never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Check 1, 2. Everything working here? Get the show on the road. Hey, looky there. We got a Friday. Yeah, let's work our way into the 15th day of October. Yeah, that's right. Happy birthday to me. And if memory serves, I think our old friend... is it Bourbon Street Gary that has a birthday today? So somebody shares a birthday with me. I think Gary's the one. Anyway, yep, 57. That's what I'll be rolling into. Getting old, huh? Well, I hope you've had a good week. Getting ready for the weekend here. What's on tap? I know it looks like everybody's on the road. I know, of course, Kyle checked in last evening. He's headed down to, where was that? I think he was down to Georgia. Yeah, Georgia for some of the straight line racing there. Josh will be headed over today. Yeah, really long weekend for Josh. Josh will be headed to the Horsepower Showdown. Dragway 42. That's in West Salem, Ohio. Yes, indeed. He'll be there with the Hot Shot Secret Booth on scene Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like I said, full weekend of action there for Josh. The King of Street All Truck Challenge. The All Diesel No Prep Challenge. And you'll have the Sled Bandits Sled Pull action there this weekend. So stop by and say hi. Tell them you're a listener to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Well, 24 hours ago, we were focused in on Texas, talking about the torrential rains that were falling, thanks to the remnants of what was Hurricane Pamela that came into southwestern Mexico, crossing from southwest to northeast, and just made a bullseye in a zone from San Antonio to Austin to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And boy, oh boy, I mean, I know we were talking potentially flooding rains, but they got hammered Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. The latest in a line of tropical systems that led to at least one high water rescue in San Antonio, but the most recent storm, unlike any other that's impacted the Gulf Coast so far this year, Pamela turning deadly this past day, after a 5-year-old girl and a woman were trapped in 2 separate cars and swept away in floodwaters. That was Bexar County, Texas. First responders spent all day trying to rescue the 2, but they confirmed neither survived. The women and the 5-year-old are the first fatalities confirmed from Pamela as of Thursday evening. Now, multiple water rescues had to be conducted Wednesday night as highways were transformed into rivers. AccuWeather's Bill Waddell reported that some children were clinging to trees in Bexar County, Texas, awaiting rescue. Now, typically, when a tropical system strikes Texas, the origins would be in the Atlantic. But Pamela, which motored through the heart of Texas as a tropical rainstorm, traced back to the eastern Pacific, as it was once a Category 1 hurricane. It's pretty unusual for Pacific tropical systems to drive moisture all the way into Texas and beyond, according to AccuWeather's Senior Vice President, John Porter. Events like this have happened only a few times over the past 75 years, and they are often associated with serious flash flooding. All right, Pamela initially took shape as a tropical depression last Sunday before gradually strengthening into a hurricane, leading to a landfall Wednesday morning, again, all the way in southwestern Mexico. Significant flooding was reported close to the landfall location. Hundreds of homes inundated with water there. Uno Television reported further up the coast, in the populated city of Mazatlan, civil defense officials reported rough surf, some damaged power outages, flooding from Pamela. As Pamela traversed Mexico, that tropical moisture began to surge across Texas late Wednesday and through the day Thursday, sending those flooding downpours across many of the heavily populated areas there in the Lone Star State. I guess the good news tonight is the rains have ended in Texas, but the damage has been done. The worst of the rain focused San Antonio and Austin. Downpours also soaking areas further north into Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri. San Antonio reported around 3.5 inches of rain from Pamela, which is just 1/4 of an inch shy of the average rainfall in that city for the entire month of October. More than double that fell a few miles east in Gonzales, Texas, upwards of 7 inches of rain in that same time frame. Radar estimates showed a pocket of 8 to 10 inch totals southwest of Gonzales. Water level of the Blanco River in San Marcos, Texas, between Austin and San Antonio, spiked 17 feet in a matter of hours, cresting at 24.7 feet early Thursday morning. This was the 3rd highest water level ever recorded at this part of the river. 3 other rivers in this part of Texas projected to reach major flood stage due to the rain. The Sandys Creek near Westhoff, the San Marcos River at Luling, and the Guadalupe River near Bloomington, Texas. Multiple water rescues conducted Wednesday night. Again, as many of the highways were just literally transformed into raging rivers. Meanwhile, what's left of that moisture that had been streaming through Texas? We still have a few scattered showers through southern portions of Arkansas, but you've got to get up into southeastern Missouri, where we begin to see more organized rainfall showers, some of which are heavy, stretching from, again, southeast Missouri up to just south of St. Louis there in Illinois. Pockets of heavier rain on up into east central Illinois and west central Indiana. From there, you've got some showers north of Indianapolis, more rain up toward from Detroit on up into Toronto, Ontario there. Not looking at flooding potential like we saw in Texas, but that is associated with a cold front that's going to be dramatically changing our temperatures. As right on the heels of the record warmth we've been witnessing in the Northeast, which was actually going to continue today. We're going to have 80s and some close to 90-degree temperatures in places like Washington, D.C. But hang on, it's time to grab those winter jackets. The big cool down begins in the central states. Overnight temperatures are going to dive into the 40s as we wrap up the week. You might find your feet hitting some cold floors this Friday morning. Now, as if that isn't enough of a deterrent to plans, the risk of severe weather is also in play once again as this slow-moving cold front that's been hung up across the central states the past few days finally gets the green light, begins to move east through the weekend. Now, that cold front yanking temperatures down across the country's midsection this past day as Pamela kind of rode that front, dumping heavy rain in parts of the region. After a very warm Wednesday featuring temperatures in the upper 80s, like in Dallas, things have begun to cool down. Temperatures closer to average this past day. Shreveport, Louisiana recorded temperatures in the low 90s on Wednesday. Thursday, temperatures peaked in the mid-80s instead, just a few degrees above average there. But that cold front's going to continue moving east as we wrap up the week to sweep up what's left of Pamela. But it's going to really begin lowering the temperatures, a big dent in the nighttime temperatures. Lows in Dallas typically would be upper 50s here in mid-October. Could drop into the 40s Friday night and Saturday night. Daytime highs are only going to scrape the 70s in Dallas this weekend. Further east, a deep southerly flow ahead of this front will continue to make it feel more like summer in the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. Temperatures are going to be running above average, with high dew points, as a matter of fact, for mid-October. Cooler conditions will expand into locations like Oklahoma City today and Saturday. Highs usually in the low to mid-70s. Forecast to be highs in the low 60s. Low temperatures, which are typically in the low 50s, are going to be actually in the lower 40s Friday and Saturday night. Some of the biggest drops are expected to occur as this front crosses the Great Lakes, the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, into early weekend. Cities like Little Rock, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee could have some pretty drastic drops in temperatures. Nashville, temperatures are going to drop from the middle 80s we saw on Wednesday and Thursday. You'll only be in the mid-60s for highs come Saturday. I'm looking at some of the breakdown here. Various cities, starting right here. Let's start right in Cincinnati, Ohio, for instance. We saw 82 degrees for a high this past afternoon. Overnight, supposed to drop to about 66. Not bad. By the time we get into Saturday, 61 for the high temperature, 42 for the low. Dallas, Texas, there's another. After a high of 83 Thursday, Saturday's forecast high, only 73. Indianapolis goes from a high of 80 to a high of 59 degrees by Saturday. And cooler temperatures even deep down in the south. Memphis saw 84 for a high Thursday, looking to be in the upper 60s, 68, the forecast high for Saturday. Pretty similar there in Nashville. Yeah, behind this front, the plains could even have temperatures 4 to 8 degrees below normal Friday and Saturday. Now, temperatures into the northeast dropped to near normal after the summer-like warmth actually was challenging some records. Accompanying this front will be some drenching showers, some thunderstorms, and the potential for some localized flooding. Now, severe thunderstorms will even erupt in the night if the conditions come together just right. There in the northeast, strong winds with and without thunderstorms may cause some trouble, some sporadic power outages, some falling trees Friday night into Saturday night. Now, we saw some heavy thunderstorms through parts of Oklahoma to Indiana, southern Illinois, and southeastern Missouri, tonight. Those may have some gusty winds with them. The risk for severe weather will actually begin to increase a bit later today. Gusty winds, some hail, downpours, even a tornado may be possible in cities like Cincinnati, Louisville, down into Jackson, Tennessee, as these storms blow through the region. Forecasters urging residents have a reliable way to receive your warnings and have your emergency kit ready. Temperatures will rebound shortly after this cool-off, even by the end of the weekend into early next week. That means we'll see a bit of a transition to temperatures a bit above normal, once again returning there to the central states. So oftentimes when we talk about weather, we talk about the proverbial weather roller coaster, and that's kind of what we're on right now. Meanwhile, an update on the wildfire out west. The Alisal fire near Santa Barbara continues to grow, now at 16,800 acres. Overnight last night into Thursday. The concern about the historic Reagan Ranch there. Flames are now within, they tell us, a half mile of the historic Reagan Ranch. I'd say the burn line is between a quarter and a half mile from us. At its closest point, according to the director of the Reagan Ranch this past morning, said the estimates based on visual evaluation and review of some of the published maps. This fabled ranch, though, which served as kind of the Western White House during the Reagan presidency, it is in the zone of the evacuation order from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department. But there are some staff members there from the Reagan Ranch who are still on site to assist the firefighters battling the blaze. The home now is owned and cared for by the conservative Young American Foundation. The director says, we have remained on the Reagan property with the full knowledge of and in cooperation with fire personnel. Thankfully, they know. We're both, this is a unique, the historic nature of the Reagan property, the extensive resources we have on site, including robust water supplies and distribution, defensible open spaces around the Reagan home. So I guess they're essentially saying the firefighters are aware, they are on the location there and feel that they can maybe assist them actually in battling the blaze if it approaches. Well, it's close enough to begin with, right? There we go. Travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers overnight drive. Let's jump over, see who's checking in here out of the box this Friday morning. Hello to Timothy. First out of the box there. Chevy guy, there you go. Copy the mail. Hank is on board, trucking through the Buckeye this morning. Hello to Lugnut Louie. Oh boy, Lugnut Louie's along for the ride tonight. That's good to know. We've been forewarned. James on board. Good morning from Forestville, New York, just south of Buffalo, New York, where we're cloudy and 70 degrees tonight. Captain Ron on board. Captain Ron, happy Friday. Bama checking in from Memphis, Indiana, headed to Alabama. You know what? These shipping companies should ditch Nazifornia and sail to the Gulf ports, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, offload their ships. Just his point. Everybody have a good day. Matter of fact, we'll touch a little bit more on that. We were citing that this past evening. Yeah, the issue would be trying to traverse the Panama Canal, and otherwise you're talking about going all the way down around the southern tip of South America. It's a long, long way. Hello to Heatwave. Morning. Happy birthday, senor. Headed to the Mile High City from Southern California via Albuquerque. Got 68 degrees, a clear night in Ludlow, California. All right, a lot of happy birthdays there. Happy birthday to you and my wife, Mary Ann, Steve. Yeah, drivers, keep it shiny side up there. All right, I'm sure I'll get plenty of happy birthdays. Hey, 007 checking in from East Texas. Crazy Ray is on board West Michigan, where it's 53 tonight. Kind of a cool night. A little crisp there, huh? Crazy Ray. Let's see. Hello to Philip on board. Pappy's on board. Y'all drive safe and be safe out there. Yep. Out there serving and protecting tonight. Josh is on board. Happy birthday, Steve. Looking forward to the weekend as I got a truck meet that I'll be going to in Sullivan, Indiana, coming up on Saturday night. Tank says, kind of foggy here in eastern Oklahoma. We'll be home later this morning. Everybody truck safe. Have a great weekend. Hello to Jay on board. A big good morning to y'all and all the truck drivers out there. Got 71 degrees in Nashville. All clear out tonight. If you're driving through Nashville, don't forget to wave hello as you're passing through. And Mr. Q is on board as well. And we'll get to your calls coming up. What's going on? Rolling into a Friday. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are. Dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits, to maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system. There's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, for anyone that's listened to this program for any length of time, you've heard our friend Vic check in from time to time. Very intelligent man. Kind of a living book of knowledge, if you know what I mean. But in regards to the whole shipping issue, the container ships and the ports, Sent me an article this past day from Lexology, the Shipping Law Review, Ocean Logistics. He said at the end of your show Thursday morning, I think Heatwave was mentioning the problems with diverting ocean traffic through the Panama Canal. That is correct. The diversion of waterborne freight and canal size, that's been an issue. Since canals, rivers, and oceans have been used for freight. In this current crisis, so much of the freight coming from China or on COSCO, China Ocean Shipping Company container supply ships, these are super ships. And I'm sure they're part of the backlog. Now, when these ships were built, there were many ports that they could not access. Therefore, many companies were reluctant to even use them. China then offered to ship freight via these super ships if the shippers would just pay the cost of operations during shipping. They played a role in South Korea's Hanjin shipping bankruptcy. Now, if you check out the article, there are many variations to the shipping agreement, but this would surely be under multimodal agreement. I'm guessing that anything on the COSCO has to use land-based COSCO transportation. You've done several stories on the mistreatment of truck drivers by some of these ocean freight companies. So a shortage of drivers at the ports doesn't really surprise me. It's the critical right to transfer cargo that can contribute to the backlogs. In this case, most canals have ports where cargo can be transferred to other ships for recombination or a smaller vessel size. Once on land, even the surface transportation has been agreed to in the United States. Many companies were forced by the money people. We call this just-in-time logistics. What started as piggyback trailers and trailer trains has evolved into a rail highway system with inland ports, accommodating those double-stacked container railroad cars. Industrial parks, freestanding distribution centers are built with no rail access. Longshoremen unions years ago refused to accept modernization of the ports regarding container handling. To me, the root cause is that America decided to act as a small island nation dependent on imports rather than to continue to use its advantage as a large nation with the ability to produce and manufacture its own goods to the point of surplus. Really, it was only a question of when, not if, supply chain disruptions would occur. It'd be interesting to see who tries to use this crisis to their advantage. Yeah, I'm sure someone will, but all right, thank you. Thank you, Vic. Always good to have you with us. Hey, let's get to our calls here. What's going on with the Eskimo mom? Hey there.
1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Stevie. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, boy. I tell you what, don't quit your day jobs.
You got me, you got Gilligan, and you got Horse Feathers on here.
Okay.
Serenading you.
There you go. All aboard on a Friday. Thanks, guys.
Yes, we are.
Anything to make your day special.
Yep. We tried.
Well,
It'll be memorable anyway.
they used to say, try, don't succeed, try again. I think we'll just accept that first. That's acceptable.
Well, this is kind of spur of the moment too, so we haven't had any practice time.
No warm up time.
Right.
Okay.
We couldn't get it together.
Yeah, me.
Oh boy.
You.
So you're out on 71 tonight, Eskimo Mom. How's the weather out there? Quiet night?
So far it's cloudy, but I know there was a line of showers working its way towards my home 20 when I was leaving the house.
Okay. Yep. There is. There's going to be some rain coming our way later today.
Mm-hmm. And tomorrow's going to be rather interesting with that little weather system that's coming through with the last time I saw it was like 5% chance of tornadoes or something along those lines in a good chunk of Ohio.
We might get some good gusty winds out of this line, the way it sounds. How's your weather in your neck of the woods, horse feathers? How's Baltimore looking tonight?
Yeah, we're doing all right out here. We got some thin, patchy clouds and possibility a little fog in the low-lying areas, I guess. But I guess all our weather doesn't come until the afternoon tomorrow there, so we're supposed to get a bit of a blow and then the showers in the afternoon. So we're good for tonight. Everybody's rocking and rolling, so here we are.
All right. And I guess you're over in Virginia, Gilligan, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm about 20 minutes out of Westville. Moon's just shining. I've had a little bit of patchy fog. It ain't a bad night down here. So it's about 65 degrees. Yeah.
Sounds like a good night for trailer trucking. Well, I'll assume y'all will be probably checking in individually here and there as we roll on into Friday. But that was nice. Thank you. Start things off with a little serenade here on a Friday morning. So let's get our news break in here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Susan Berman, someone he called his best friend 21 years ago. Berman's cousin and others spoke, including her adopted son, Sarab Kaufman, who said his mother's murder changed his life.
You also murdered me. You murdered the person I was, all his dreams and all his hopes gone. He no longer exists. I am a whisper, a wraith of who I once was. My mother's murder and the events of the last 40 years will never leave me. You satisfied, Bob?
Prosecutors in New York are now reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy, who disappeared in 1982. Her body has never been found, and no one has been charged with her disappearance. Durst's attorneys have indicated they will appeal. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at stellaraelectronic.com or visit them on
At
Facebook.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, welcome back. Hello to Beedoo, checking in this morning. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Waiting on loads, heading back to Youngstown this hour. Garbage throwing daddy outside Cincinnati checking in. Morning. Happy birthday, brother. Y'all be safe out there. Thank you so much. Yeah, we heard from Eskimo Mom. Cloudy 72. Happy birthday. Oh, yeah, I guess I could say happy belated birthday to the Eskimo Mom. Her birthday was the day before mine. So yesterday. Enjoy your special day, and I hope we don't get blown away on Friday. Yes. We're supposed to be in that zone, all right? We've been pretty lucky. Yeah, also, spring through the summer, we had our fair share of, occasional pop-up thunderstorms, but I don't think I've heard the tornado sirens at all this year on any occasion. Dennis checking in here. Hello, Steve. When Hillbilligan calls in this morning, tell him not to be so loud on the phone. So he might be able to understand it. All right. Yeah, everybody picking on Hillbilligan. Lee is on board from Kalamazoo, Michigan this morning. Hello to Kelly. Good to have you with us. The colds are coming. Yes, it is. Let's see. Hello, Steve. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight. Happy birthday. Have a great day. Buckeye Boy on board from Ackworth, where it's 66. It was a mild 80 degrees today. And I'm up for a few more minutes, listening in as I watch the Dodgers and Giants to see who the Braves are going to be playing. I guess and that would be in the, National League Championship Series. Anyway, I got loaded today for Connecticut. I'll be headed out Saturday afternoon. Yeah, going to have to put some of my cold weather clothes in the bag the way it sounds. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. Hello to Jolly Green Giant. Morning, Steve. Happy birthday from all the cartoon characters out here. And I want to wish my wife, Linda, a happy birthday also. See, we're all sharing birthdays. Happy birthday, Linda. There you go. 007 checking in from East Texas, US 59 South, heading toward Houston this morning. And let's see. Where's the dancing trucker? Yeah, let's dance to Steve and Mrs. Jolly Green Giant's birthday. There you go. Hello to Rocky this morning. Happy birthday, Mr. Sommers, as he goes by Papa Rock. Yeah, checking in from Lafayette, Louisiana this morning. Brian, yeah, you're too kind. He said, that was awesome, guys, singing happy birthday. All right, let's get back to the calls here, see what's going on at... no, you're not at the Hacienda this time around, are you? Oh, it didn't pick him up. Come on, let's try again. Come on, pick up on Heatwave. Come on, magical computer. Did I hit the wrong thing? Did I do one of those deals where I locked out the phones? I might have done that. Oh, let's see. Maybe I can check on Daniel. Hello, Daniel. What's happening?
Hello?
Hey there.
This is Julio.
Julio. All right. Well, it says Daniel, but Julio. What's going on, Julio?
¿Cómo está, amigo? Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday to my wife, Janine, too.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, I put a picture on your Facebook page 2 weeks ago. I'm standing in front of Bama Bob's Barbecue in Mobile, Alabama with my Hot Shot Secret shirt on.
I remember seeing that. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Thank you for supporting Hot Shot.
Yeah, I was a big fat guy in the shirt. All right, man. I just wanted to wish you happy birthday. Tell everybody I said howdy.
Well,
dragging my skateboard to Birmingham.
All right. Well, thank you for tuning in. Julio, have a good night and a great weekend. All right. Thank you for checking in. There we go. Looks like it's working now.
There we are.
Take two. Take three.
Yes. On the road heading to Salt Lake, or not Salt Lake. Where the hell am I going? Well, I'll know when I finally get there. I got to go through Albuquerque to do it. But anyways, hey, Senor, happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Of course, for me, it's tomorrow. But for Becky, her Eskimo mom, it's today for me. So happy birthday, Eskimo mom. And, well, hell, you almost got to be a rocket scientist to figure out these time zone things. So you're living ahead of time, and I'm behind the times. What the hell? Well, so another year older. Are you another year wiser, or are you about the same?
I don't know. I'd like to think I've learned something in the past year. I think I'm a little bit wiser.
Well, I know no matter how old I get, my wife, she's always going to say, "You're just a big damn kid," and I'll just have to tell her, "Yes, I am." So, anyways, well, good. Hope you have a very good birthday later on when you're knocking back them skull busters. You going to have a birthday taco platter, or are you going to do barbecue? What's the plans for later tonight?
I don't know what's going to be on the slate for a birthday dinner.
Ooh. Surprise, surprise.
We'll play it by ear.
Know all about it.
See what I get a hankering for later today.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Eskimo Mom and Horse Feathers and Gilligan, I hate to say it, but y'all sounded like a bunch of drunk sailors having a good time. Now, of course, Gilligan's going to get upset because he was Army. And then I'm sure Chevy Guy and Pappy are going to call saying, hey, we were Navy. So... what the hell? What do I care? I'm Air Force. I'm out of that argument. But yeah, well, it's good to hear that they can take those containers off of those ships and put them on smaller ships. Man, if they could do that and distribute the wealth, I mean, that would be absolutely fantastic. Of course, the better idea is bring those production jobs here. I think a president named Trump was trying to do that.
Yep.
Biden killed it. Now he's trying to make it sound like it's his brand new idea. Biden just needs to shut the hell up. We're tired of listening to a babbling idiot. And Camel Toe, she can't get up off her knees long enough to have a coherent sentence said because she'll be going.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, this is, we are the absolute ass of the country, ass of the world, and people are laughing at us, thinking how stupid those Americans are to put those two incompetent fools in.
Yeah. Yeah, and like in Vic's email, I think he said it the best. He said that I guess this isn't just, this isn't something new. I don't know, probably goes back many, many years back when this country opted to rely on imports from everywhere else around the world, becoming more like an island nation. It's look at what we've got coming in. 500, 500,000 containers just off the West Coast ports waiting to get in here.
Yes.
Kind of like in Aruba, where if they need something, they got to get it from the outside world. We have the resources, though, where we could do 90% of this ourselves.
Yes, we do. But the problem is, and it's always going to be an issue, cheap labor. I mean, if you can get something made over there across the seas into the red state of China, and you can get it here for 99 cents, that tells you something about how much they're paying their factory workers and how much they're not really paying a whole lot to get it over here. The same product here, we're going to pay $1.99. But I would suggest that if we were to fork over that extra dollar, for American made, I think we would have a much better product. That's just my own 2 bits. I don't know if I'm shooting sunshine at someone's dress and blowing smoke somewhere. But that's how I truly feel. If we can get people out here that's got the gumption to work and the wherewithal to make a quality product, there's no telling where we could be right now. This just-in-time freight and the cheap freight from overseas, that needs to end almost immediately. And the only way that's going to happen is with the next 2 elections coming up. Next November cannot come fast enough, November 22. And then November of 24, you need to start voting with the knowledge in your head and not your hurt feelings. So I guess that's going to be my rant for the day, but don't let me rain on your parade. Again, Steve, you have yourself a very happy birthday. Enjoy the day, the weekend, and we'll talk to you Sunday morning.
Have a safe journey wherever the hell it is you're heading. That's pretty cool to be out there rolling down the highways. I don't even know where I'm going. About 15 before the hour. All right, it's 844-3388. Here we are, October 15th. And we're already looking ahead. You've been hearing this order early, do your Christmas shopping early. If you want to get it shipped and you want to get it there, you're going to need a lot of extra time. Apparently this past day, with the holiday season fast approaching, the U.S. Postal Service, FedEx, and UPS have already released the final dates for shipping Christmas gifts. Now, earlier this month, U.S. Postal Service announced they'll begin implementing new services that will slow down the average mail delivery time by like 30%. Higher prices expected for the holiday season as well. According to the Postal Service, if you want your packages to get there on time and you wish to send your packages through the retail ground, you must mail them by December 15. First-class packages would have to be shipped by December 17, and customers must send priority mail by December 18th. Now, suppose a customer needs to send things immediately. In that case, they can still use the extremely expensive Priority Mail Express to mail items as late as December 23rd. But when they say extremely expensive, they're not kidding. You're paying for that. Now, those dates will differ for Alaska and Hawaii residents. FedEx offering similar guidelines. Home delivery and ground packages must be shipped by December 15. FedEx Express Saver and 3-day freight have limited flexibility, must be sent by December 21. FedEx 2-day packages must be sent by December 22. If you need to send things immediately, they still will offer 1-day freight and extra hours, which can get the package there if sent by December 23rd. Finally, for those who have no time, you can use FedEx same day to deliver their packages, but it is extremely high fees. Now, if customers wish to ship Christmas presents through UPS, 3-day select shipping must be by December 21. 2-day air must be by December 22. Next day by December 23. All domestic and ground-based shipping through UPS will depend on the region, but will average between 1 and 5 days. Most people tend to send their gifts in early December. 24% of Americans said they buy Christmas presents in late November, early December. 16% said they bought gifts in the 2 weeks before Christmas. Only 9% buy their gifts in that last week before Christmas. Of course, by that point in time, the shelves are, well, on a normal year, by that point in time, the shelves are normally picked bare. I have a sneaky suspicion if this whole container issue doesn't get resolved post-haste, there won't be nothing on the shelves that last week before Christmas. All right, we'll get back to your calls ahead here. Plenty of room for you on a Friday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So apparently the folks at Overdrive magazine, the trucking publication, took a bit of a delve into what's going on with the intermodal haulers as they fight off, according to the headline, fighting off a system collapse at the ports. Thanks to the unprecedented global pandemic and the impact on the demand for physical goods, we all know supply chain has become mainstream, front page news. The International Chamber of Shipping issuing an open letter to the United Nations that warns of a, quote, system collapse across the world. President Biden echoed that fear on Tuesday, announcing that the ports of LA and Long Beach are going to shift to 24/7 operation, along with some major carriers and retailers to try and expedite the clearing of bottlenecks. But port professional views of the issues suggest that these efforts may well miss the mark. Now, for whatever reason, the focus always seems to be the number of ships off the coast at LA, Long Beach, right? As of late September, the United States as a whole had a reported 170 ships waiting to unload at its ports. Now, that's, again, around the country, setting a new record. And it's continued to be an issue. Yeah, now the ports are where the traffic jam extends into the traffic jams on land, and where the containers so vital to the intermodal industry begin their journey. They did a whole series, Overdrive did a whole series on this, speaking to the men and women of the intermodal segment to see what's going on at the ports and the rail yards. The CEO of BookYourCargo.com, Nimesh Modi, it's a shipping and drayage freight forwarding platform, said at ports across California, he sees headaches getting worse before they get better, and it's the boom in online commerce and demand for physical goods that pulled the supply chain past the breaking point. Yet we move containers from ports to customer locations and vice versa. We are an unavoidable but neglected part of the supply chain. Nobody wants to build it, but everybody has to use it, he says, of his port drayage corner of the supply chain. Unfortunately, he said, the drayage truck driving jobs at the ports go as unloved as the ports themselves. We hear the story of truckers going away or a driver shortage. It's negligence that causes a lot of this disruption. He said the attention to make the job enjoyable is gone. Nobody's paying attention to him. Now, as for Biden's announcement, this plan to shift to a 24/7 port system, Modi likened this move to trying to treat a disease with vitamins and supplements. It may help a bit, but it's not going to solve the problem. While it will help ocean vessels slowly and steadily get into the port and unload cargo, it creates a shortage issue due to driver, rail, and chassis shortages. The supply already greatly outweighs the available infrastructure to move the cargo out of the port. Now you're actually adding more to it with limited ways to try and move it. He said drivers are finding line haul and warehousing work that pays almost as well without all these headaches of the port. What's happening very fast, instead of standing in line at the port at 3 a.m., they feel fine to just go to the distribution center or an Amazon warehouse to pick up their load, move and deliver those last miles, and come back home in the evening. Even if they have to compromise a little bit of pay, they're meeting their families at the end of the day. A small fleet owner out of Oakland Port Services said the mega freighters and mismanagement created a perfect storm of inefficiencies, compounding all these issues. Not every day, but some days the problem seems impossible to surmount. Add to that the compounding issue of an intermodal chassis shortage gumming up the works. He said that price and lag times are going to balloon, with containers that took 1 day to unload onto a chassis now taking 4 days, and containers that used to cost $3,000 or so to move, now costing $17,000. From the trucking perspective, mismanagement is what the problem is. It's just flat out mismanagement, he says. Instead of working with truckers, especially smaller operations like his own, large companies are in such a rush to unload ships that they don't effectively sort through the containers, creating a bottleneck. It's hard for truckers to squeeze through for access. They're doing it for their convenience without thinking of anybody else. Why can't they be efficient? Because they're making tons of money off demurrage per diem, charged back to the customer paying the freight and the chassis leasing company, leasing the chassis to us per day. He said the shipping lines have thus very little incentive to effectively work through delays with truck service providers. They don't care. They don't care about the backlog. Yeah, with chassis leasing, a trucker might keep the chassis for 100 days. Yeah, it has been a real issue with us. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association kind of echoed his charge when they noted in a statement issued after Biden's announcement Wednesday that the real bottlenecks in the supply chain occur at pickup and delivery points. In other words, more trucks and drivers will simply make the lines longer, not faster. Direct compensation for drivers' time would go a long way. It might provide at least some of the incentive for parties to work together to get them in and get them out efficiently. Let's be clear, the current supply chain crisis is not due to a driver shortage. It's working conditions generally and compensation specifically as areas of improvement that might alleviate these carriers' difficulties of hiring and or hanging on to drivers. All right, again, from Overdrive, Tom Quimby contributed to that report. And we're up to a news update. Top of the hour has arrived as we close out hour number one. Good to have you on board the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Susan Berman, someone he called his best friend 21 years ago. Berman's cousin and others spoke, including her adopted son, Sarab Kaufman, who said his mother's murder changed his life.
You also murdered me. You murdered the person I was, all his dreams and all his hopes gone. He no longer exists. I am a whisper, a wraith of who I once was. My mother's murder and the events of the last 40 years will never leave me. You satisfied, Bob?
Prosecutors in New York are now reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy, who disappeared in 1982. Her body has never been found, and no one has been charged with her disappearance. Durst's attorneys have indicated they will appeal. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's Medishare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medishare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Biden says the federal government is ready if the FDA and the CDC authorizes COVID-19 vaccines for young children.
Calling on more parents to get their children vaccinated when they are eligible. And I'm asking everyone who hasn't gotten vaccinated, please get vaccinated.
He said about 66 million Americans still haven't been vaccinated. An FDA advisory panel okayed a COVID booster shot from Moderna for those most at risk, including senior citizens. They're expected to consider a booster from Johnson & Johnson on Friday. Former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe has settled his case against the Justice Department. McCabe came under fire from President Trump during the Russia investigation. Attorney General Jeff Sessions fired him with just hours left before his retirement. His attorneys say McCabe will get his pension and a clean record after the firing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
NASA's new asteroid probe is all set to launch. USA's Lance Pry reports.
NASA's newest asteroid mission, called Lucy, a spacecraft targeting space rocks that orbit ahead and behind Jupiter, is ready to begin its journey. Lucy's prime mission is nearly 12 years long. During that time, Lucy will travel almost 4 billion miles, making 3.5 giant loops around the sun. The launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida is scheduled for Saturday at 5:34 a.m. Eastern. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Some toy manufacturers are being hurt by supply chain shortages. USA's Tim Berg has details.
To try and address supply chain issues around the country, President Biden announced Wednesday that the Port of Los Angeles will be operating around the clock. One of the impacted industries is the toy industry, which is concerning to Toy Association President Steve Paserb, who shares with Newsmax where the most impact is being felt across the country.
This is a pretty significant problem, particularly for the medium-sized and small-sized toy companies. America's got over 900 different toy companies. And while we all know the household names, it's those medium and small companies that are really struggling, both getting onto ships to get here and also the enormous increase in prices that the shipping companies are charging, upwards of 800-900% over last year.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Round number 2 here. So we were talking about the proverbial roller coaster ride, thanks to Mother Nature. Parts of the Midwest and eventually the Northeast all going to be feeling like you're on a roller coaster ride. Slow-moving storm system finally picks up forward speed, causing the potential for a drenching end of the week and weekend for some communities, and even the potential for close your ears, snow in a few spots. A weather reality check is about to push eastward, sweeping away the late summer conditions from the Great Lakes in the Ohio Valley to the Northeast. A southern dip in the jet stream and a strong cold front and tropical moisture, all joining forces, igniting downpours and gusty thunderstorms from the middle part of the Mississippi Valley to the Ohio Valley to the Great Lakes into the day today, Friday. Looks like the circulation associated with now tropical rainstorm Pamela was pretty much shredded while moving from the mountains of northern Mexico to the plains of Texas Wednesday night. But the tropical moisture survived, and it's going to be strung out for thousands of miles along the cold front, which could lead to areas of very heavy rain into this weekend, they tell us. So now it appears some of the major hubs, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Detroit, Cincinnati to Nashville, the connecting highways in between, all the above. We could see heavy rain, some localized flash flooding, travel slowdowns before the weekend. And in some cases, wind gust in these showers and storms will be strong enough to trigger sporadic power outages. The impacts from this dynamic trio will not stop, though, in the Midwest. Quite to the contrary, forecasters say the intensity of the storming pattern is going to increase over the Northeast states this weekend. In many cases, strong wind gusts during torrential downpours. Some may even occur without thunder or lightning. There's going to be strong winds just several thousand feet above the ground in the Northeast states. Any showers and thunderstorms that push up into that can bring those strong winds to the ground in terms of powerful wind gusts. Now, due to the wet soil, the trees kind of waterlogged, winds may cause some of those trees to topple, posing the risk for motorists and pedestrians, property damage, and power outages. Looks like eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania, western New York, western West Virginia to central Kentucky and middle Tennessee will likely bear the brunt of those drenching, gusty showers and thunderstorms Friday night. Then looking ahead to Saturday, the bulk of the downpours will advance eastward through the central and southern Appalachians, traveling the I-81 corridor, Gilligan. You should anticipate delays, poor visibility, ponding, and poor drainage areas. The core of the windswept rain and thunderstorms will likely pivot across the coastal mid-Atlantic and the Hudson Valley of New York Saturday evening, before pushing eastward across much of New England, probably Saturday night. But the passage of that front and those torrential downpours, that's going to be like flipping the switch from August or early September into early November for a brief time. It's going to be a huge plunge in temperatures in the wake of that front. Blustery conditions will make it look and feel more like November in the Midwest Saturday and much of the Northeast on Sunday. In the wake of that cold front, winds frequently 25 to 35 miles per hour, gusting to 40 miles per hour. You combine the wind, the clouds, and other factors with temperatures dipping into the 40s and 50s. From Michigan to Ohio on Saturday, and the 30s and 40s in the Northeast, it's going to feel much colder. Actually, frost may form in the typical colder spots in the interior Northeast as we look toward Monday night, where the sky clears out and the winds die down. By Sunday, most of those downpours will have parted the Northeast. A few clouds and showers may linger, especially from the central Appalachians to northern New England, on into southern Ontario and Quebec. All right, so, big cool-off. They're showing potentially some frost there. Again, primarily higher elevations in the Northeast up into New England. There could even be a few snow showers in that region of the country. All right, let's see. I caught a blurb. Former President Bill Clinton in a Southern California hospital, some sort of a blood infection, but according to a spokesperson this past day, they say he's on the mend. He's on the mend. He was admitted to the University of California Irvine Medical Center apparently on Tuesday, for a non-COVID related infection. He's on the mend. He's in good spirits. Thankful to the doctors, the nurses, and the staff providing excellent care. He's given IV antibiotics and fluids. After 2 days of treatment, the white blood cell count is trending down. He's responding to the antibiotics well. At one point, he was in ICU, they said. They tried to make it sound like he was really primarily in ICU. Would that be true? Yeah, so we could kind of be isolated. Okay. Now, he's had his fair share of health issues since leaving the White House in 2001. Quadruple bypass surgery. After prolonged chest pain, shortness of breath, they returned to the hospital for a partially collapsed lung in 2005. 2010, had a pair of stents implanted in a coronary artery. Okay. So just a heads up there, about 13 past the hour. I'll get to Eagles on board this morning. Happy Friday. Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I guess you're not going to tell nobody how old you are. You say it's your birthday. So we'll keep that quiet, I guess. You don't want to let that information get out. Yeah, as you get older, you don't want to give up them birthday numbers. But, yeah, Steve, I got a couple things to talk about tonight, man. I'm down in Texas right now at my job. And boom, it's booming. Business is booming right now. And my trucking company, we got so many trailers in the parking lot right now. We don't have nowhere to park them. I'm getting ready to leave out tomorrow morning. But you know something, Steve? I thought things had been kind of quiet in Chicago for the last couple of weeks, but I think things are about to get fired up in Chicago this coming weekend, and I'm gonna tell you why. As tonight, when I walked into my company break room, we have a television set there, and for some reason, somebody had it on CNN. And guess who was on the TV? The dumbest man on television, Don Lemon. Don Lemon was on TV tonight. And I don't know if you heard the news about what's going on in Chicago, Steve, but the ugliest mayor in the USA, Mayor Beetlejuice or Lightfoot, whatever you want to call her.
Yeah.
She has decided, you can probably look it up after I hang up with you. She has decided that I think tomorrow is the deadline date that all police officers will have to be vaccinated or they will be placed on leave without pay. That starts tomorrow. So guess what? The most dangerous city in the United States of America, Chicago, is going to be without police officers a certain amount. There's some officers that are going to go ahead and get the vaccination, but there are other officers that are refusing to do it. So it's bad enough when you have Chicago at full capacity with police officers. You see what kind of carnage they have. So can you imagine what's going to happen this weekend in Chicago, Steve? The numbers from Friday until Monday, it could be over 100 to 200, maybe 300 people gunned down in the city of Chicago this weekend. Like I say, these mandates have gone way too far. Like I told you last night and the night before, Steve. There's even more dumber news. I don't know if you brought this story up. I don't know what city and what state it was in, but there was a young girl that was placed under arrest by the police because she refused to wear a mask inside of a classroom. Have you heard that story? I don't know. You can look it up. But there's a girl that was placed under arrest by the police because teacher told her to put on a mask. She refused to do it, and the police came and took her to jail.
Wow.
That's how dumb these restrictions have gotten, Steve. Things, like I said, things have gotten way out of hand. You know, that's the reason why, these airlines are without pilots. People are refusing to be injected with this vaccine. More and more people are checking it out, and they're realizing, something ain't right. Doctors and nurses are refusing this deal. Joe Biden, he was on my TV again today. He was wasting my time running his mouth again about the vaccine, trying to blame American people, saying that the people that are refusing to get vaccinated is the problem. When he still don't seem to realize that we got people coming in the USA from all countries, Guatemala, Honduras, Haiti, all over South America coming into the U.S. unvaccinated. But for some reason, Joe Biden can't remember to tell those people to get vaccinated once they enter the U.S. Yeah, it makes no sense, Steve. Joe Biden makes no sense. And like I told you before, we don't have a vice president. I've told you this several times. Kamala is what you call missing in action. Ghost. She's a ghost vice president. She doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned, because she does absolutely nothing. And when she does make an appearance, it's for the dumbest of reasons that you can possibly think of, that she shows up and acts like she really wants to do her job. It's an embarrassment, Steve. We're the laughing stock of the world, just like one of the heat waves said. It's unimaginable. People all over the world are laughing at the USA that we could put somebody like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris into power. It's just sad. And the scary part about it, Stephen, you know how much I hate Joe Biden, but the scary part about this whole deal is Kamala is one breath away from being in the White House. If that doesn't keep you up at night, I don't know what will. Knowing that she could possibly be in the White House as president of the United States of America. That's a scary thought right there, man. And I hope that day never comes. As much as I hate Joe Biden, I'd rather see him in the White House than her, because if she gets in the White House, the U.S. we're already doomed as it is, but it'll be the final nail in the coffin of the USA when the day she steps into the White House as president. But you know something, Steve, one other thing before I hang up with you. This thing has even gotten into sports. Okay, I told you the story of this basketball player who plays in New York. He is refusing to take the vaccine. Mm-hmm. The team has told him that he will not be allowed to play basketball unless he takes the vaccine. Now, I'll repeat myself like I said last night. That doesn't sound like a country that has free rights and freedom to do and what you want to do when you're told that you will take this vaccine or you will lose your way of paying your bills. You will lose your way of taking care of you and your family. So, like I said, all these people out there that says that continue to say that the United States is free. Yeah, we're free for right now. But you keep letting people like Biden and this other loser do their thing. That's going to come to a real stop. They're taking more and more of your freedoms away every day, Steve. One other thing before I hang up with you, that football coach that got fired the other day, they went through his emails, looking at his past and what he had wrote on these emails. So that's a message to everybody in America. If they can do that to $100 million football coach, because that's how much money he was making, I think they can do it to you too. So you better be real careful what you put on your emails and what you put on your Facebook and Twitter, because I promise you Zuckerberg and the people that work for him are looking at him real, real closely. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Have a great weekend. Yeah, he's right about Chicago. Matter of fact, it is 1:21 Eastern time, so it would be 12:21 Central time. Chicago is on Central time literally 21 minutes ago was the deadline for those officers who had not been vaccinated to be put on unpaid leave, essentially. In a message to officers in Chicago, the union president framing the issue as an employment dispute between the city and the officers. He says, quote, "I've made my status very clear as far as the vaccine. I do not believe the city has the authority to mandate that to anybody, let alone that information about your medical history and change the terms of your employment, so to speak, on the fly like this." Now, they point out earlier this month, the former president of the union actually died of COVID. He had served as a union president from 2014 until 2017. Now, Mayor Lightfoot said the city will probably take the weekend to check with officers who haven't complied before putting them on unpaid leave. She didn't think that would happen Saturday or Sunday, but the union president warned it could happen Friday morning. Lightfoot said officers should report for duty until they are told by supervisors that they've been placed on leave. Now, they had until, again, the midnight hour Thursday to disclose their vaccine status to the city or be placed on unpaid leave. Union chief says come midnight Thursday / Friday morning, right now, members will be forced into a no-pay status that did not complete the portal information or subject to testing thereafter. That's their last position. Up to 50% of the officers could be placed on unpaid leave. Could you imagine? Half the Chicago police force not on the streets? Lightfoot's office did not respond to request for comment. If we suspect the numbers are true and we get a large number of our members who stand firm on their beliefs that this is an overreach and they're not going to supply the information in the portal or submit to testing, it's safe to say the city of Chicago will have a police force at 50% or less for this weekend coming up. That's not because of the FOP. That is 100% because of the mayor's unwillingness to budge from her hard line. So what happens because of the manpower issue? That falls on the mayor's doorstep. I said the FOP would be seeking a temporary restraining order against the city that would stop their enforcing the mandate. The unions representing police officers, sergeants, and lieutenants and captains filed an unfair labor practice charge against the city. It'll be interesting to see later this morning. I'm sure they'll be waking up in Chicago. Are there officers off the streets right now? Well, yeah, could be very, very ugly in Chicago this weekend. Of course, it's ugly there on any given weekend. I got to get a quick 2-minute break in here. We'll come back to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back on a Friday here, TGIF, and I don't know, who the hell we got on the line?
How you doing there, Steven? This is Ron.
Hey, what's happening, Ron?
What's going on, Grandpa? How do you like those babies of ours?
Yeah,
what, man?
yeah.
Isn't that unbelievable? That is unbelievable. I'll tell you what, if you would have told me 10 years ago that we were going to have these precious little gems in our to go over and watch, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Aubrey and Avery, they're unbelievable, man. I wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Eagle made it sound like I didn't want to say how old I was. I mean, I was born in 1964, so my math says I'm 57 today. So.
Well, I'm 54, man. I'm 33. My birthday was on October 5th, so yeah. I just wanted to say hello to you and the rest of the trucking world out there. I'm going to tell you something. Steve and I have got some of the greatest little gems in the world, man. From these two, Stephen and Lauren, it's unbelievable what they have done, man. It is so cool. I am so just.
We're not biased or anything, are we? I mean, we wouldn't give preferential treatment. No.
Not at all. No. I sat down with your son the other night in his living room. And I said, "Do you really like being, being a police officer?" And he looked at me. He goes, "Absolutely, I love it." And I said, "And what makes it the best?" He goes, "Lauren." Isn't that cool? I thought that that just melted my heart, man. That was so cool to hear that, because if it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be, he's like that. And that's so neat, man.
Yeah.
I have nothing but respect for your son. Absolutely. It is so cool. But, partner, we're in a different age right now, man. Isn't it unbelievable what's going on here? I see your posts. It's crazy. I mean, this guy has got to be stopped. I hope to God in 14 months we're going to be, or what is it? Well, let's see, 11 months we'll be able to stop him. We got to stop him.
Yeah, but at least stop the agenda. I mean, I guess technically he'd still be president for 2 more years, but if we can take control back, he won't be able to get any of this crap he wants to get. And I mean, I'm kind of smiling the fact that the Democrats right now appear to be in their own little civil war in regards to this $3.5 trillion spending bill. Yeah, I hope they can't get it through.
But my question is, if they get it through, what are they going to do with this $600 of looking into our bank accounts?
Yeah,
Steve, this is ridiculous.
They have no business.
I mean, my God.
The backlash they're hearing on that, I think they're going to have to strip that out of the bill because they are getting incredible backlash.
I mean, just the manpower for the banks alone to be able to report that is ridiculous. I mean, this is socialistic, fascist, state here. I mean, I can't believe just in a few months what this guy has done. This is ridiculous. I mean, do you see anything that's going to break the stalemate for these? Listen, everybody that's out there that's a truck driver, I respect absolutely 100%. We wouldn't have Walmart, we wouldn't have Target, we wouldn't have anybody. But this guy is completely trying to change the way America is. You understand? I mean, we're here struggling to try to just figure out what's next. What else are they going to try to control? I mean, you know, I'm just scratching my head about Long Beach, out California. I mean, that's crazy out there, man. 300 ships sitting out there?
Well, on a global scale, it's 170, I think. But yeah, it's 500,000 containers just off the coast of California, that alone.
Right.
Exactly. If they lined up, they could line those containers up end to end. Several weeks ago, well, I forget the number of ships. I think it was closer to 60 something at the time. They said they'd line those containers up. It would stretch from the California coast all the way over into the center of the country. If you could imagine that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That is so many, man.
Unbelievable.
I went into United Dairy Farmers, and for people across the nation, United Dairy Farmers is like a convenience store here in Cincinnati in the local area. There's about 170 of them in Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. And I went in there, and they had signs on the actual refrigerator.
Every one of them.
Some stuff would never.
Yep.
Yes. I could not believe that.
Every door is showing, and they're right. I go in there looking for certain things, and there's a lot. You notice the number of empty slots in there.
Oh my God, it's crazy. They didn't even have hot dogs today, Steve. I had to go to Speedway in order to get a hot dog. Okay, they were out of hot dogs at one of the United Dairy Farmers.
Wow.
Is that nuts or what?
That
I
is.
mean, you laugh about it, but you know what? Me and you have been here all of our life. And our kids are here, and I was telling Lauren, my daughter, who's actually married to Stephen, your son, and I was telling her, I said, I went to the United Dairy Farmers, and I couldn't even get a hot dog because they were out of hot dogs. That's crazy, you know. Something. I don't know, man. We got 11 more months, and hopefully we can get back to Senate and in the House. And we might be able to do something. Yeah. But this is just scary.
It's grocery store shelves all over the country. I've got, I had a scoop out of, I think it was Jacksonville, Florida. They're going down the frozen food aisle. And it looks like something like there's a hurricane about to come ashore in Florida. That's how empty the shelves are. It's nuts. But I got to get my news break. Back after this. Happy Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Susan Berman, someone he called his best friend 21 years ago. Berman's cousin and others spoke, including her adopted son, Sarab Kaufman, who said his mother's murder changed his life.
You also murdered me. You murdered the person I was. All his dreams and all his hopes gone. He no longer exists. I am a whisper, a wraith of who I once was. My mother's murder and the events of the last 40 years will never leave me. You satisfied, Bob?
Prosecutors in New York are now reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy, who disappeared in 1982. Her body has never been found, and no one has been charged with her disappearance. Durst's attorneys have indicated they will appeal. This is USA Radio News.
The old way of living with diabetes is a pain. You've got to remember to do your testing, and you always need to be sticking your fingers. The new way to live your life with diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. You simply apply a discreet, easy-to-use sensor on your body, and it continuously monitors your glucose levels, helping you spend more time in range and freeing you from painful finger pricks. If you test your blood sugar at least 4 times per day and inject insulin at least 3 times per day, or use an insulin pump and have private insurance or Medicare, you might be eligible for a CGM with little or no cost to you. Call U.S. Medical Supply today for a free benefits check. We offer free shipping, 90-day supplies, and we bill Medicare or your insurance directly. Call now and say goodbye to finger pricks.
800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. 800-763-1954. That's 800-763-1954.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, Joe Biden's comments about the supply chain issue even made national news. As far as trucking is concerned, specifically trucking. Yeah, what's the headline? Biden raises eyebrows with a wild plan to fix the supply chain. Truckers can drive at night. Did you know that? Did you know truck drivers could drive at night? Yeah, you've been doing it for how many years? Forever. One of Biden's proposed solutions to resolve delays is something that already takes place. Truck drivers working overnight. At the news conference Wednesday, Biden said that means an increase in the hours for workers to be moving cargo off ships, onto trucks and rail cars to get to their destination. And more than that, the night hours are critical for increasing the movement of goods because the highways are less crowded at night. You'd think we didn't know that? Garnered a response from Todd Spencer, president and CEO of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, releasing a statement about Biden's remarks. Truckers have been working tirelessly to keep the country safe and productive throughout the COVID pandemic. They've already been operating around the clock, but are often restricted by factors beyond their control, such as excessive detention time, the lack of readily available, safe parking for their trucks. He then slammed the president for making the solution sound easier than it actually is. These problems must finally be addressed if the administration hopes to implement any significant supply chain solutions. Most of what we're seeing is not a surprise to our members who've been plagued with dysfunction in the supply chain for decades. It's not realistic to expect the supply chain will suddenly operate efficiently on a 24/7 schedule when drivers aren't being fully paid for their time. Biden also mentioned that the Port of LA and Long Beach are responsible for roughly 40% of shipping containers in the country, currently operating 24/7, which is not necessarily true. After weeks of negotiations and working with my team and with the major union retailers and freight movers, the ports of LA are today, it's going to begin operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That was Biden's statement. The Long Beach Post reported that no terminal at the Port of Long Beach is actually operating around the clock. It's a bit of a process. It's not an overnight thing. Biden pulled a classic politician move and made the solutions sound much better than they actually are. And the delays before the holiday season are going to continue to worsen. As these shortages boost inflation, Biden is scrambling to find any solution to benefit him politically, while asking companies, where you saw Walmart, UPS, FedEx, to increase their hours to mitigate delays. It's not a bad idea, but it may be too little too late to get a grip on the crisis. It's tough to pin the problem entirely on Biden, as it's the global supply chain. It is extremely complex, but American voters may place the blame on the president if they're unable to get the goods they need in the coming months. Little commentary piece, but hey, did you know truck drivers could drive at night? I'll be damned. What's going on, Steve?
I didn't know that, Steve. I mean, I'm driving right now. I don't see the sun, so I think I'm driving at night here. Oh yeah, that's the moon. That's the moon. Hey, Steve, happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Hope you have a great day and a great weekend, man. Say happy birthday to all the famous Libras out there, including my wife, my mom, Heatwave, Eskimo Mom, so forth. A lot of October birthdays, man. It's pretty cool. But got any special plans, Steve?
Not really. I mean, the older you get, the more it's like, oh, hell, it's just another day, My wife, my wife's birthday's coming up on Monday.
Oh, so you guys will have a double dinner celebration.
Yeah,
pretty cool.
Been doing that for like 37 years now.
Yeah, that's nice, Steve. Yeah, we're actually traveling to the Smokies, which we'll be leaving Saturday, I believe, after all that rain's pushed through. So that's a good thing. Heading out to Smokies for the weekend, out there next door to Hillbilly, Texas, neck of the woods. So hopefully we'll have some enjoyable weather. I know we're talking rain on Saturday, but Sunday and Monday supposed to be pretty nice. But I think a little cool for shorts and a T-shirt. I think we're going to have to put those away for right now, Steve.
Yep.
Bring the blue jeans and the hoodies. But that was a really good call by is that your brother-in-law, Steve, that just called in?
Yeah.
Yeah, good call by him. So kudos to him and your son. That was a good story. Kind of pissed me off, Steve, about that news break when they talked about that Andrew McCabe.
McCabe, yeah, getting his full pension back.
Well, this is what I want to bring up, Steve, because I have a pension out of Chicago from the Carpenters Union. I was a carpenter for over 20 years, and I've got a pension coming in. I'm able to drive a truck and collect my pension. And the only reason being is because truck driving is not considered prohibited employment. I cannot take a job as a plumber, electrician, project manager, home inspector, anything like that that's got to do with construction trade. My pension would be suspended and taken away from me if I did any of that. So why is this guy allowed to collect his pension when he tried to take down a duly elected president with his corrupt FBI with those Pfizer warrants?
Yep.
I just do not get that, Steve, one bit. That's what we talked about the other night. How no one is accountable in this government for their actions. There's such a double standard, Steve. If you were, like I said, if you or I did that, we'd be in jail. So if I did anything like that, went into prohibited employment and did some side work, construction work on the side, and I got caught, I would lose my damn pension. So that's what pisses me off about the whole matter. See, people keep talking about Joe Biden this, Joe Biden that. Steve, Joe Biden's not running this damn country. Okay, they give him a script to read, they give him some executive orders to sign, and then he goes back into his bedroom and they give him his pudding. That's pretty much it. Susan Rice and his chief of staff, what's his name, Ron Klein, are running the show. The Barack Obama surrogates. They are running the damn show. Joe Biden doesn't know crap about what the hell's going on or what day it is. He comes out there with his propaganda about how he's going to straighten out the ports, and it's all a bunch of BS, Steve. He's not going to do crap about the ports. This is going to get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. On the first day, what did they do when they came into office? They destroyed the fossil fuel industry, shutting down the pipelines. And now they're talking about importing next year 60% more oil.
I was just looking. You sent me the link to that. That's the Energy Information Administration, right? In 2022, we'll be increasing our imports of oil 62%.
Exactly, Steve. So how does that affect the climate? You're talking about these oil tankers crossing the oceans, the chance of spills, the chance of damage, affecting the environment. So does that make any damn sense? The only sense it makes, Steve, is it's a degrowth movement against the United States of America. It's a war on fossil fuels because they want to get rid of it. That's what they want to do. These gas prices are just going to go higher and higher and higher. We talked about it last night. $5 a gallon, almost $4.25 for diesel. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And it's a destruction on the fossil fuels. When Donald Trump was in office, do you know we had over 700 rigs in operation throughout the United States, Alaska, and the Gulf? We're down to almost, I think it's about 250 rigs pumping oil right now. And not only that, Biden got rid of the land leases for these companies, where they were able to lease federal land for 10 years. He knocked it down to 5. So they're not going to invest any money in trying to discover oil or natural gas or whatever in a 5-year period. They're not going to do it. So what does that tell you? They are trying to destroy our number one, economic growth right there in fossil fuels. That's what this is all about. With this electric crap, and you talked about it in the first hour. How in the hell are we going to charge all these batteries with all these, electric this, electric that, when there's going to be, we're going to be like California, Steve. Brownouts, blackouts. So hopefully everybody's got a good supply of candles and batteries for their flashlights. because that crap's coming too. You know, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but I'll tell you, when you drive by these truck stops and see the price of gas and diesel just keep going up and up and up, it just really pisses you off, because we were energy independent 2 years ago. Even 12 months ago, we were energy independent, but no more. And, you know, Biden can't just snap his fingers and make this all go away and say, you know what, we're going to curb the energy crisis. It takes time to start up, you know, oil production and gas production. It just doesn't happen overnight. So we're in for a long haul, Steve. You know, you talked about that store in Jacksonville. That's coming across the United States. So stock up, people. I think we talked about it about 3-4 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Stock up a little bit at a time. So, Steve, enjoy your weekend, buddy. Have a happy birthday. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Yep, gotcha. Thank you so much. And you enjoy your weekend as well. And we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, meanwhile, there are thousands of John Deere workers off the job, walked off the job yesterday. Members of the United Auto Workers Union rejecting the tractor maker's contract offer, launching the latest strike by an emboldened labor movement. Now, according to the report, that the company's offer included raises of 5 to 6%, but union officials said the proposed contract did not meet workers' retirement and wage goals, with companies nationwide struggling to fill jobs, grappling with supply chain tie-ups. Union officials say they're seizing the moment to regain benefits they lost in the late 1990s during an era of assembly line layoffs and outsourcing that diminished the union's leverage. The tables have turned, or the cards are in our favor right now. It's never really lined up for us this well, according to a longtime worker at the John Deere plant in Ottumwa, Iowa. He pointed to the company's record profits, as well as the huge pay raise awarded their chief executive. The labor shortage is in our favor, too. Deere can't hire enough people with the package they're offering right now. John Deere spokesman said the company's committed to reaching a favorable outcome, one that would put every employee in a better economic position and continue to make them the highest paid employees in the agriculture and construction industries. But this strike includes more than 10,000 workers at 14 John Deere plants, 7 in Iowa, 4 in Illinois, 1 each in Kansas, Colorado, and Georgia. Company has activated a continuity plan, to bring in non-union employees to try to keep operations running. We work in time-sensitive and critical industries such as agriculture and construction. These strikes are hitting a wide variety of industries. Skilled assembly line workers, nurses, pharmacists, Hollywood stagehands, thousands have gone on strike at food plants as well. Kellogg's, Nabisco, Frito-Lay, over work hours, pay, and benefits. Monday, more than 24,000 Kaiser permanent workers authorized a strike over a new 2-tiered pay and benefits system that was opposed by the union. Hollywood production workers announced plans to strike Monday in pursuit of improved pay and working conditions. Realistically, the workers are in the driver's seat for the most part in this country right now. Northern Kentucky Hillbilly.
Hey, Steve, I just wanted to tell you happy birthday, and I hope you have a great weekend with the princess.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Hey, no problem. I got a real tickle out of when you was talking about Chicago, when you made your little slip up instead of calling it city. I love that. I was laughing so hard. So you had the truth when you said it.
I knew. I heard what it sounded like.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
Oh, it's true anyway. I don't know. Was that a Freudian slip?
Oh yeah. No, it was absolutely true. But you have a great weekend and out here working at night. I don't know. Joe Biden said I could work at night, so I'm working out here at night.
That's great. Well, yeah, I'm glad we finally figured out we could actually drive a vehicle when the sun goes down. I wondered if anybody got that. I knew it came out. I was like, oh boy, did you hear what you just said? It is news update here, top of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Susan Berman, someone he called his best friend 21 years ago. Berman's cousin and others spoke, including her adopted son, Sarab Kaufman, who said his mother's murder changed his life.
You also murdered me. You murdered the person I was, all his dreams and all his hopes gone. He no longer exists. I am a whisper, a wraith of who I once was. My mother's murder and the events of the last 40 years will never leave me. You satisfied, Bob?
Prosecutors in New York are now reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy, who disappeared in 1982. Her body has never been found, and no one has been charged with her disappearance. Durst's attorneys have indicated they will appeal. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's Medishare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medishare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Biden says the federal government is ready if the FDA and the CDC authorizes COVID-19 vaccines for young children.
Calling on more parents to get their children vaccinated when they are eligible. And I'm asking everyone who hasn't gotten vaccinated, please get vaccinated.
He said about 66 million Americans still haven't been vaccinated. An FDA advisory panel okayed a COVID booster shot from Moderna for those most at risk, including senior citizens. They're expected to consider a booster from Johnson & Johnson on Friday. Former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe has settled his case against the Justice Department. McCabe came under fire from President Trump during the Russia investigation. Attorney General Jeff Sessions fired him with just hours left before his retirement. His attorneys say McCabe will get his pension and a clean record after the firing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
NASA's new asteroid probe is all set to launch. USA's Lance Pry reports.
NASA's newest asteroid mission, called Lucy, a spacecraft targeting space rocks that orbit ahead and behind Jupiter, is ready to begin its journey. Lucy's prime mission is nearly 12 years long. During that time, Lucy will travel almost 4 billion miles, making 3.5 giant loops around the sun. The launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida is scheduled for Saturday at 5:34 a.m. Eastern. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Some toy manufacturers are being hurt by supply chain shortages. USA's Tim Berg has details.
To try and address supply chain issues around the country, President Biden announced Wednesday that the Port of Los Angeles will be operating around the clock. One of the impacted industries is the toy industry, which is concerning to Toy Association President Steve Paserb, who shares with Newsmax where the most impact is being felt across the country.
This is a pretty significant problem, particularly for the medium-sized and small-sized toy companies. America's got over 900 different toy companies. And while we all know the household names, it's those medium and small companies that are really struggling, both getting onto ships to get here and also the enormous increase in prices that the shipping companies are charging, upwards of 800, 900% over last year.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, we left off talking about unions all around the country and in strikes taking place. There's one of our industry headlines, as a matter of fact, in regards to that. Under the heading Karma. Everybody knows what karma is, right? Karma's a bitch. It's kind of funny. I guess maybe we should give him a Dumbass of the Week nominee. It is Friday, right? A truck driver overturning while attempting to make a threatening gesture at union workers on strike in Kentucky. Happened on Wednesday at the Heaven Hill Distillery in Bardstown. According to the Louisville Courier-Journal, a non-union delivery driver was driving a truck with flammable cargo at an unsafe speed when he saw the United Food and Commercials workers, Local 23D workers on strike. took his hands off the steering wheel to make a threatening gesture, at which point the truck veered out of control and flipped over. You dumbass. Thankfully, they say no one was hurt in the incident. However, the union is now calling for that driver in question to be immediately dismissed and no longer permitted to return to the Bardstown facility. Spokesman for Heaven Hill said that the truck driver was a third-party contractor taking bulk bourbon to the Norfolk Southern Railroad in Louisville, and the incident fortunately caused no spill, but it could have been a lot worse. But threatening jet. I'm thinking he took both hands off the wheel to give him the double number one or something. But what do you say, Cue Ball? Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. You know, I was thinking when the earlier call, when Eagle talked about a while back about Chicago, I'm picturing, remember the movie RoboCop, although that happened in, quote, old Detroit? The cops all went on strike and the whole city went crazy.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm picturing with Chicago coming up here. So if that actually happens, if literally 50% are done, that's insane. That's just, I don't even want to think about that kind of madness. But speaking of madness, you know, we've been talking about issues with, the reason I called about was the ports, right? You know, there's a point to where we've been talking about this nonsense in the trucking industry, especially issues that stem out of California specifically. And there's a point to where it's like, you know what, if you look to your left, you see a locomotive coming at high speed, and you look to the right, you see a locomotive coming at high speed, and they're going to meet in the middle. There's about a time where maybe it's a good time to pick up a lawn chair, plop your ass down, get you a Miller Lite, maybe a glass of scotch, and just wait for the show. Because that's what's coming. And we've been talking about this for a long time. But nobody wanted to really understand it until now it's all biting them in the ass. See, I don't think it's one specific problem. It's funny, I was watching the news today, and they've been keeping a truck driver shortage. You can't get the trucks, you can't get the trucks, and the ships can't get unloaded. I'm like, well, you can unload the containers and stack them. But I remember we've been talking about this nonsense. It's funny how it all started in California. Now, I don't know how many are off the East Coast and how many are up, you know, waiting up, if there are any on the East Coast waiting, or if there are any waiting up in the Seattle, Tacoma area, or hell, even up by San Francisco or wherever else, Portland, right? But they're making a big thing about the ports of LA and Long Beach. Now, why is that? Well, LA and Long Beach have always been the most busiest ports in the United States, possibly in the world. Okay. Here's another fun fact for you guys to think about. Do you know what who owns the largest engine on planet Earth? I've called your show and talked about this before. Who owns the largest engine on planet Earth? Do you remember?
Not sure.
Maersk.
Okay.
It brings us all that cheap crap from China. It's a single engine, one of the largest container ships, if not the largest container ships on the planet. Okay, it's got an engine that's literally the size of literally a house. You can park a bobtail tractor and it's cylinders. That's how big it is. Okay? And it brings us all that cheap crap from China. I've been saying this for a long time. Where is our economy gone? We don't make anything in the United States anymore. It all comes from overseas. That's starting to bite us in the ass. The busiest port is Los Angeles and Long Beach, right? So continue on that thought. Why is it that all these problems are happening in California? Well, think about it. It's California, right? How many weird laws, how many weird news articles have we been talking about on this show for a long time that has to do with the trucking industry and the ports? I can tell you that I'm thinking 8, 9 years ago-ish, during the Obama administration. See, what I do, I pull a step deck and a double drop trailer, but we used to go in and out of, at least I used to anyway, go in and out of the Port of LA and Long Beach fairly often doing break bulk type stuff, and every now and again pulling out loaded containers. But then they had their little rules where if the truck was too old, this is when I had a 99 truck, and we're not talking, we're not talking today. We're talking years back. I used to pay a guy that had a 2007 Kenworth to take my empty trailer and roll up into the port and come back out with it loaded. Or if I was unloading there, I would just swap trailers with the guy, and he would drive his CARB compliant truck onto the port of usually Long Beach, and bring me my trailer back because my 1999 Peterbilt was, quote, too old.
Yep.
So there was years after that, I just gave up in California. It's like, you know what? I make personally, with a Wisconsin-based carrier as an owner-operator, I do way better going east anyway. So California, I basically forgot where that was. But I remember there was a whole thing with all the drayage trucks and whether they're classified as owner-operators or company drivers. And then there was the whole thing with the clean energy trucks, with the trucks running the CNG. It was like they made all these crazy restrictions. Do you realize how many hoops a truck driver has to jump through just to get on that port? Why bother? There's way easier ways to make a better living. You're paid better doing other things. Why bother with that port? Like, you realize what you'd have to pay me to go there? Now, granted, nowadays I'm running an 84 Peterbilt cab over. But do you realize what kind of money you'd have to pay me to even get me to think about getting a CARB-compliant truck and dealing with all the state nonsense you got to deal with just to operate a rig in California and then just to get it on the port? You can't pay. Trust me, nobody will pay me that kind of money, so I'll go somewhere else. One of the ports I go to all the time is Baltimore. And the last load I picked up out of Baltimore, there was 3 weeks of storage sitting on that thing. Mm-hmm. Now, why is that? It wasn't that it got there late. It sat there. So the port's got their storage money on it. It got unloaded. Now, again, this isn't containerized freight. This is break bulk. So this particular piece of equipment was a giant, seed mixer kind of thing not seed mixer, feed mixer. Thing weighed like 39,000 pounds. You tow it behind your tractor and it throws feed to the cows. Okay. Anyway, it sat there for 3 weeks. There was 3 weeks of storage owed on it. So I got there, they paid the storage and they paid me. Now, why is the 3 weeks of storage sitting there? Honestly, in my personal opinion, I don't think they were paying that much to get it out of there. And finally, when the storage was ranking up, they figured, well, gee, we better hire guys like Q-Ball who will do it, but they don't do it cheap. So it's either Q-Ball does it or we just keep ramping up the storage and ramping up the storage. There's some point where it just gets ridiculous. So I think you still got guys trying to get stuff hauled off the ports for pennies on the dollar instead of paying the store. And hopefully they'll get some sucker stupid enough to haul it for nothing. At which point the storage fees rack up, and that's like, now we got to pay the storage, and we got to pay a premium price to have it hauled. I'm starting to wonder if that doesn't have something to do with it too. Remember when I said how much you think it would cost to get me to drive my truck or buy a new truck to drive to California to go haul this garbage? No one's paying that, but someone's going to have to eventually. We've been talking about this for a long time. Like I said, I don't think it's a, quote, driver shortage. I think it's too many. It's just finally the same with so many episodes in the truck. And this, hello, why do you think I'm driving an 84 cab over, right? I don't have to deal with that DPF garbage, emissions, and all that other electronics nonsense that comes with it. I'll just buy a little bit extra diesel fuel, crappier fuel economy, and put more money in my pocket and not have to worry about the downtime of these trucks, these modern crap that keep breaking down. But I digress. Point being, we've been dealing with this for a long time, and it's not one specific thing. It's a lot of little things that finally just culminated to a large issue that's now so big that it's not one little fix that's going to solve the problem. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, I feel like we've, as your show and everybody that calls in, we've had these answers for a long time. Not only have we had these answers for a long time, we've been saying it for a long time that these days were coming. There's a point to where how many drivers have called you and says, F California, I'm never going there again.
Yep.
Hello? What do you think's happening now? There's a lot of guys that are saying, I can make the same amount of money going somewhere else. And that's what's happening. Now you have add up to it. Talking about the Chicago Police Department. What do you think is going to happen when them Biden vaccine mandates start hitting the trucking companies that have over 100 employees? By the way, the company I'm leased onto has under 100 employees. So, hello, we are hiring, obviously, but I'm not going to go beyond that. But the point is, when that starts happening to the larger carriers, you think you got a driver shortage now? Just wait. Try flying on Southwest Airlines. How's that working? Go take a train on it. Go travel via Amtrak. How's that working out? It's starting to happen now, and it's like I said earlier with the train wreck. If you got what you need, it might be time to just pull out the old armchair or the beach chair and sit back and just watch, because those two trains are on the same track and they're heading straight for each other.
Yep, that's correct.
I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what like I said. Sorry, guys.
The whole thing's been a long time coming, Q-Bomb. Long time.
Yes. Now, I will ask this. At what point does somebody of some stature in Washington, and I'm not talking a radio talk show host, I'm not talking a guy like myself, a caller, somebody of some stature finally has the stones to get up in front of a TV camera and say, it's very obvious what's going on right now. Okay, the virus came out of China. We changed how we vote. We installed, after all the voter fraud, we installed a puppet of Xi Jinping to slowly meaning within a year or two, dismantle the United States from the inside out. And they're doing it step by step by step at a rate that I didn't think my children would live to see. Yet here I am still breathing and sucking air and watching it. And it's been only 8 months. Think about the damage that's been done in 8 months. You're talking about what's going to go on in you're saying 11 months, 2022. Are we even going to be around in November 2022? Are we going to be allowed to leave our houses to vote in November of 22? Look at what's going on in 8 short months, dude. It's crazy.
Imagine what damage can be inflicted by the year 2024 before the next presidential election rolls around. Yeah, at the pace we're on right now, like I said, what they've accomplished in 8 months, none of which are good accomplishments. That's the frightening thing. The damage they've inflicted on this country in a mere 8 months. Imagine what 48 months, what kind of damage could be inflicted. With that, a quick 2-minute timeout. We return after this, rolling into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Also got an email from our old friend Rambler out there. I won't share the entirety, but he said, good evening, Steve. Hope you're doing well. As you know, I'm one of your regular callers, listeners to Overnight Drive. But my God-given name is Reverend Perry L. McDaniel. Yes, I'm a full-time minister, preacher, teacher of the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, as well as delivering auto parts for O'Reilly Auto Parts. Yeah, let's see. I like him only on Facebook with our church. He said, he wanted, that's kind of asking permission if some evening when he calls in, if he could kind of mention his particular ministry, which, where's that out of? Is it down in Mississippi? I can't even remember where he's out of. But yeah, you're more than welcome, Rambler. Feel free to dial us up, and always enjoy hearing from you. All right, meanwhile, who's next up here? Would that be is it Rocky?
No, it's Buckeye, Steve. How are you doing?
Hello, Buckeye. What's going on?
Hey, first of all, I sit back and I listen to you guys all the time. Hey, I want to first of all wish you a happy birthday. And you know what? I think maybe somebody make a call to Joe Biden, since he was going to let us drive at night tonight. There's a guy by the name of Steve Sommers that they probably could get on the radio to keep us truckers up all night. What do you think?
That's an idea. Yeah.
I want to talk to you about a couple things tonight, Steve. You hear my little pup here now. I got a bull mass, and she's 7 months. She's 7 months old. My red-nosed pit. She passed away on me. She was 11 years old, and she had been in all 48 states, and she had over 1 million miles on her. And she passed away on me in March, and I got set up on this one here, and I couldn't refuse to take her, so I've got her now. So she's kind of jealous if I talk on the phone or anything like that.
Yeah,
She's
right.
going through that stage right now.
She wants attention.
Yeah. She thinks she gets all the attention. But anyway, Steve, I just want to give you an update on that. What's going on in Chicago? That the head guy over the FOP was on Laura Ingraham tonight, and they had a big meeting last night. And he said that the whole time that he has ever been there, that he never seen so many people there at that meeting than they have. And Laura said, yeah, I heard 50% of them weren't going to show up. He said, it's higher than 50%. And he says, I back him 100%. And the only thing that he did say this to guy on Laura Ingraham, it has been kicked down the can. So he wanted to assure all the people in Chicago that nothing was going to happen this weekend, and that was on Laura Ingraham. So
all right, so
I don't think you're going. He wouldn't elaborate on it, Steve. He just said that it has been kicked down the can for right now, and he wanted to assure the city of Chicago not to worry about anything this weekend.
All right, so they So they're kind of ensuring that the police will be fully staffed this weekend, but after that,
yes,
there's no guarantees. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. It his exact words he said, it has been kicked down the can for right now, but he said it is not 50%. He said it is way over 50%.
More than 50%.
And yeah. He said it's more like 60% and over.
That's incredible.
So, and he doesn't blame he doesn't blame anybody at all. I think, and this is just my opinion. If you look back in time and you see what President Trump did for us, the 4 years, and you see everything that's going on now, and I believe in the man upstairs. I'm not. I don't preach the gospel or anything like that, but I had a grandma years ago that if it come to politics or anything, she said she called me Kevy, and she said, "Kevy, I want you to sit down beside me." And that woman knew the Bible like you wouldn't believe.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "It's right here in the Bible." And she was right on. And I wish she died. It's been over 20 years ago. I'm 59 years of age, and I wish she was here. As at times when we're going through this, because I know she could sit right there and she could just show it to me in the Bible. But this is what I'm hoping. This is what I'm hoping for. And with President Trump, what he did for us for 4 years, I don't think this country will last another 4. I honestly don't. And I think if something big is going to happen, I don't think this administration will last the 4 years. And especially if we take the House and the Senate back in 2022. And the thing that's going on right now is it takes a lot of people to see things with their own eyes. And everything you see out there going on right now, he's underwater and he's going to drown. And the whole administration that he's got is going to sink. That boat's going to sink, and it's never going to come up. And that's going to be a blessing in disguise, because the American people, they're not going to go through this anymore. I might be wrong on if they do last 4 years, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think this country can take it, because I'll tell you this: I spent from 1981 to 1987 in the service, and I tell you what, there's so many people out there that I don't care what your ethnic background is or anything like that. Everybody knows that if we go down, it's all colors. We're all going to go down. And this country is not as divided as they want you to think. Everybody knows what happened in the election. President Trump caught him off guard against Hillary. And if you look at California, I still go to California. I just come out of California. And I'm going to tell you, the people out there, they're not bad. They're good people. But the government that they're under are crooks. And that's exactly what's going on here in the United States.
Yeah, well, and who keeps electing these
with all our states?
Who keeps electing the likes of these absolutely off the wall leftist socialist in California? How does Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein? Yeah, they just had the recall of Gavin Newsom. Do they not see the light of day? I kind of question, but. Hey, Buck, I've got to get to my news break, but thank you for the call. Have a great weekend, and we return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has signed off on the bill that extends the nation's debt limit through early December. The measure was passed by the House last week. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen had warned if the debt limit wasn't raised by October 18th, the U.S. would default on its loans, and that could have worldwide economic ramifications. New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison for the murder of his friend Susan Berman 21 years ago. Judge Mark Windham.
The judgment and sentence of this court, Mr. Durst, that you be imprisoned in the state prison for the term prescribed by law, that is, life in prison, without the possibility of parole.
Now, prosecutors in New York are reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy. She disappeared in 1982 and has never been found. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Thank you much, and back on a Friday. Hello to Greg, checking in this morning. He says, happy birthday, Steve. Enjoy your special day. Thanks for keeping all of us diesel dummies informed. Thank you. God bless. Let's see. Gary's on board. Happy birthday. There's our old pal Rick in Columbus checking in. Have a good night there in Columbus, Rick. Hope you're doing well. Matthew's on board. Morning, Steve. Happy birthday. Let's see. Here you go. Everybody just saying hello. Happy birthday. Hey, the Navy has set their official timeline for the sailors to comply with the vaccine mandate or provide a valid exemption. And they've set the punishment for those who refuse. All active duty sailors must be fully vaccinated by November 28th. Those in the reserves have until December 28, according to the Navy press release. So the actual deadline for receiving your second dose would be November 14 for active duty and December 14 for reserve personnel, since the shots require 14 days to become fully effective. Anyone discharged only for refusing to take the vaccine will be given no lower than an honorable general discharge, according to the release, although the discharge could result in the loss of some veterans' benefits. All right, let's see. Among the various branches of the military, the Navy actually has the highest compliance rate. 90% fully vaccinated and 98% have had at least one dose. So, I don't know, that doesn't sound like that'll translate to a lot of sailors being discharged. The Navy's press release says, quote, sailors must be prepared to execute their missions at all times in places throughout the world, including where vaccination rates are low and disease transmission is high. Immunizations are paramount importance to protecting the health of the force and our war-fighting readiness of the fleet. Tragically, there have been 164 deaths within the Navy family due to COVID-19, far exceeding the combined total of all other health or mishap-related injuries and deaths over the same time period. So says Vice Admiral John Noel Jr. All right, so that's at least as far as the Navy. No less than an honorable general discharge. Well, happy Friday, Horse Feathers.
Thanks, Your Honor. Appreciate it. And so we're supposed to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? Well, of course, it's your birthday.
There you go. I was waiting for that. I wanted to give the correct answer. Well, thank you. Yes.
Yep. So I have the answer to Cue Ball's question. I have the answer. He asked who's going to pay. That's simple. It's going to be all of us consumers. And consumers are going to pay for everything. Whether you're paying at the gas pump, or you're paying at the grocery store, or you're just standing down there at the bread and cheese line because you ain't got no money to pay. You're going to pay one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I don't know what else we got going on here. Hey, there's some deal going on in Baltimore here. I was busy trying to get all my crap together to go to work last night when I rewound the news and was trying to watch it. They got some deal going on with I don't know if it's the Catholic Church or the priests or something, but they got some convention type thing going to be going on, and the city tried to stop it because the city, I think, owns the property but leases it to an event committee, organization, and the event organization set up this rally. I guess that's what they're calling it. They're calling it a rally. And so anyways, they're comparing it to an insurrection like what happened on January 6th in Washington. So the city's trying to stop this. But the attorney for the people that are having it is like, well, it's a bunch of priests with rosary beads. What do you expect to have? What type of insurrection do you expect to have? So I don't know if you can look that up and see what that was all about, but I thought that was kind of interesting. The city's trying to block people being able to have conventions and stuff like that, and even though they own the property, they've leased it out to organizations to actually operate. So I don't know. It's just kind of interesting that they're trying to oversee what it's more censorship type thing. You can have anything you want as long as we allow it. And there was a school district, and it's already too late in the night for me to remember what it was now, but they were talking about they were censoring books, and the administration was setting up a group to look through all the books in the library and everything and censor which books were going to be allowed in the school library and not. And as I say, I don't remember which school district that was, or like Somerset or something,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't catch which state it was in. So, but again, here we go, and so part of what they were censoring was is the critical race theory and what they'll allow for what books can say and all that. I don't know. So should know better than to turn on the TV and watch the news. You should watch something good, like I don't know, Mr. Ed or something, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, so I don't know, not a whole lot going on. And I guess there was one other thing. Who is it? It's our buddy down there, Brain Dead, right? It's a great big St. Louis Cardinals baseball fan. Isn't he a big?
Yeah,
got a couple of them out there.
Yep.
I think Knucklebuster too. Isn't Knucklebuster a big Cardinals fan?
Yes,
You got
yes.
a few listeners out there. Well, what happened to their manager? I heard he got the old boot in the rear end. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. What happened with that? Did you see that story?
I did not
Cardinals
catch that.
manager
No.
got fired.
I know they
Well,
they lost that wild card game, so yeah, I don't know.
Like they said the last 3 years in a row, made it to the postseason, and okay, out you go. So, but I remember a Cincinnati Bengals coach, their head coach there, kept making it to the postseason and then didn't get anywhere.
Never went
maybe
anywhere.
Maybe that had something to do with it.
Yes.
Yeah, never went anywhere. I don't know. So anyways, and I guess the other one was who was the coach of the Ohio State there that had the medical problem and had to leave, and we thought we'd never see him again, but then I forget what his name was there, but then now he's come back to coaching.
He's Urban Meyer, yes.
Yeah. So what's going on with him with a hottie there all rubbing up against him there and his wife being home with the grandkids? What was that deal all about?
Yeah, he's taking a little flack for that. That's going. And then, of course, I believe they have not yet won a game this season. So he's out on the town partying, and they haven't won a game.
Well, wait a minute. Don't you always go out for ice cream after the game, no matter whether you win or lose? I don't know.
Didn't look like
what kind of ice cream.
That didn't look like he was licking an ice cream cone to me there.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Well, I guess that's about all the nonsense I can come up with here off the cuff there. But again, happy birthday, and let's see. Today's Friday the 15th, Saturday the 16th, Sunday the 17th, Monday the 8th. Hey, we can be on the air to wish somebody happy birthday on the 18th, can't we?
You can, yes, Monday morning, absolutely.
Are we going to make somebody stay up all night to get happy birthday wishes?
I would imagine she'd usually tunes in for a few hours, most of the time, I think.
There you go. I guess we'll find out.
You won't.
Maybe we'll have to work better on this.
I don't think you will not find her in the Hot Shot secret bunker to wave at you on the camera there. I'm pretty sure that'll be the case.
Well, get like one of them little bobblehead things with a hand or something that'll wave to the camera or something and make it of her likeness or something.
There you go.
I don't know. But anyways.
All right. Horse Feathers, thank you much. Have a good morning. 12 before the hour. Let me see. Why did the Cardinals manager get fired? People ask. In a stunning move less than a week after he guided the team to the postseason for the third consecutive season, the Cardinals have fired manager what's it? Mike Schilt? Is that the name? According to the president of baseball operations, he says the move was made due to philosophical differences. He actually had 1 year remaining on his contract. I don't know. What are your philosophical differences? I mean, they had a pretty darn good record, right? Under his management. But that's the headline. That's all I can tell you there. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I don't know if it really happened or not, but somebody said that somebody had Empty Shelves Joe paged at the airport in San Diego. Empty Shelves Joe, please report to the information desk. Empty Shelves Joe. That'd be awesome if it was. I don't know. That may be somebody funny, but I don't know. Maybe they said, "Let's go, Brandon," right? That's but let me ask, Gilligan, do you know what makes a Reese cup even better?
I have no idea.
Having a Reese cup.
But they are absolutely delicious. Especially when you're driving up and down 81 eating them all night.
If you take them right out of the refrigerator and pop them in your mouth, that's the best. Refrigerated Reese cups.
Well, I keep them in my cooler here beside me. I got them on ice all night.
Do you? Okay.
The doctor told me last time I was there I either had to gain or lose 50 pounds, so I figured if I gained 50 pounds, we'll go from there. What do you think?
Well, Reese cups, if you eat Reese cups all night, every night, that'll be taking you in the right direction.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yep. Steve, I want to touch on a little something. You know, we're talking about all these shortages. Everybody keeps bringing this up. That we need to bring manufacturing back to the country. You remember back, during the Clinton administration, when all of them textile factories closed up down there in North Carolina. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Shipped all that stuff to China. This has been going on for years and years. I mean, think about how many back in the 70s, 80s, when the Japanese automakers started importing their cars. The only difference now is, yes, they're assembled here, but most of the parts are made overseas.
Correct.
You know, it don't matter. You bought a Subaru, I bought a Dodge here this year. You know, the funny thing about it is your Subaru might have more American-made parts on it than my Dodge. I'm not saying. But, you know, it very well could be true. This is not a new problem. It's only been getting worse. But now, basically, if I'm not mistaken, back in the 70s under Carter. You know, wasn't that about the time the steel mills started closing up, if I'm not mistaken, back during that recession of the 70s?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that. There's still steel mills in this country. I know people say, there's no steel mills. No, they're few and far between, but there is still steel mills.
Well, when Donald Trump became president, some of those steel mills were firing back up and workers coming back to work. Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I've got another thing I need to touch on. I have a major announcement from GMA Enterprises. We are opening up our record division, and our first album is going to be the Truckin' Trio. Come spring, they will hit the record stores of me, Eskimo Mom, and Horse Feathers. So you all be ready to buy your CDs at the spring. Not courtesy of GMA Enterprises. How many CDs are you willing to buy of our great singing trio?
Oh, boy. I'll put mine on back order.
Oh, Okay, I'll put you down for 10 then. We'll give you the discount price if you order more than one. If you order one, it's $19.95, but if you order two, it's $49.95. Okay?
Yeah, that's. You got some fuzzy math. That's some fuzzy math there, Gilligan. Yep, thank you much. Enjoy your Reese cups rolling down the highway. Hey, it looks like the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation scheduled to have an executive session next week to vote on whether Meera Joshi should be confirmed as the next administrator of the FMCSA. The committee hearing scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern Time next Wednesday. They will consider the presidential nomination of Joshi. Joshi is the former chairperson and CEO of the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission. In other words, she has lots of experience in the trucking industry, right? Now, she has served as the FMCSA's acting administrator since January. Then, of course, in April, the president nominated her to take the permanent role. They held the confirmation hearing in last month, in September. In her opening remarks during the hearing, to discuss the goal of improving highway safety, she says, quote, ensuring the safety of the women and men literally driving the commercial motor vehicle industry and all those who share the road is my personal utmost priority. Sadly, since 2009, commercial motor vehicle related roadway fatalities in the United States have steadily risen, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives of men, women, and children, and every year over 800 of these victims are large truck or bus drivers. I am deeply committed to the undisputed work ahead reversing this fatal trend. With all the rules, the regulations that you've got in place today, many have tried. None have really succeeded. You've seen trends of highway accidents and fatalities go up and down and up and down. And with the electronic logging device mandate here a couple of years ago, oddly enough, the numbers have increased steadily since the implementation of that. If memory serves, that ELD mandate was going to make the road safer because none of the drivers you'd no longer be able to run two logbooks, and you won't be able to go over your mandated number of hours to drive, right? It was going to improve safety. In the first year, the numbers came out, and we saw that the safety numbers were not improving. Right? You remember how the FMCSA and some of these groups were trying to say, well, we never said the ELD mandate it was about safety. It was about making sure the drivers were compliant, making sure you're not breaking the rules. It wasn't about safety. And yes, the numbers have continued to get worse. The unintended consequences of being tracked every moment kind of push drivers then willing to push the envelope rather than taking that break that they might actually need because they're feeling kind of tired. But that clock is ticking, and you're going to be right there up against that clock, so you can't stop, you can't slow down, you got to keep rolling. That's what you call the unintended consequences. But with that, we reach the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Susan Berman, someone he called his best friend 21 years ago. Berman's cousin and others spoke, including her adopted son, Sarab Kaufman, who said his mother's murder changed his life.
You also murdered me. You murdered the person I was. All his dreams and all his hopes gone. He no longer exists. I am a whisper, a wraith of who I once was. My mother's murder and the events of the last 40 years will never leave me. You satisfied, Bob?
Prosecutors in New York are now reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy, who disappeared in 1982. Her body has never been found, and no one has been charged with her disappearance. Durst's attorneys have indicated they will appeal. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's Medishare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medishare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Biden says the federal government is ready if the FDA and the CDC authorizes COVID-19 vaccines for young children.
Calling on more parents to get their children vaccinated when they are eligible. And I'm asking everyone who hasn't gotten vaccinated, please get vaccinated.
He said about 66 million Americans still haven't been vaccinated. An FDA advisory panel okayed a COVID booster shot from Moderna for those most at risk, including senior citizens. They're expected to consider a booster from Johnson & Johnson on Friday. Former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe has settled his case against the Justice Department. McCabe came under fire from President Trump during the Russia investigation. Attorney General Jeff Sessions fired him with just hours left before his retirement. His attorneys say McCabe will get his pension and a clean record after the firing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
NASA's new asteroid probe is all set to launch. USA's Lance Pry reports.
NASA's newest asteroid mission, called Lucy, a spacecraft targeting space rocks that orbit ahead and behind Jupiter, is ready to begin its journey. Lucy's prime mission is nearly 12 years long. During that time, Lucy will travel almost 4 billion miles, making 3.5 giant loops around the sun. The launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida is scheduled for Saturday at 5:34 a.m. Eastern. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Some toy manufacturers are being hurt by supply chain shortages. USA's Tim Berg has details.
To try and address supply chain issues around the country, President Biden announced Wednesday that the Port of Los Angeles will be operating around the clock. One of the impacted industries is the toy industry, which is concerning to Toy Association President Steve Paserb, who shares with Newsmax where the most impact is being felt across the country.
This is a pretty significant problem, particularly for the medium-sized and small-sized toy companies. America's got over 900 different toy companies. And while we all know the household names, it's those medium and small companies that are really struggling, both getting onto ships to get here and also the enormous increase in prices that the shipping companies are charging, upwards of 800, 900% over last year.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How about another Dumbass of the Year nominee? A truck driver sentenced to more than 2 decades in prison for a fatal crash that occurred in Virginia earlier this year. 31-year-old Ohio-based driver Travis Lee Tolliver, sentenced in Weiss County Circuit Court to 26 years in prison, with 4 years suspended. The prison sentence is to be followed by 5 years of supervised release. Tolliver previously pleaded guilty to aggravated vehicular manslaughter, driving a vehicle while intoxicated with reckless disregard, and driving a vehicle while intoxicated, following a crash that occurred back in February. Tolliver was traveling in the wrong direction along Route 23 for approximately 2 miles before crashing head-on into another vehicle. The passenger of the vehicle, 22-year-old Perry Owens, was killed. The driver, 20-year-old Amanda Gale Pearson, was seriously injured. A blood test performed on Tolliver, testing positive for methamphetamine, fentanyl, and amphetamines. According to prosecutors, under Virginia law, someone operating a motor vehicle with 0.1 or more milligrams of methamphetamine per liter of blood is presumed to be under the influence. According to the Commonwealth's attorney, in this case, the defendant had 17 times the presumptive amount in his blood. It's unbelievable someone with this level of intoxication could barely function, let alone drive an enormous vehicle on the highway. And then there was the truck driver arrested and released for the death of a pedestrian in New Jersey earlier this week. The pedestrian was killed a little before 6 a.m. on October the 11th. According to the Daily Voice, the 54-year-old truck driver, Frank Claybrooks, was turning right onto Route 1 from Baker's Basin Road when he fatally struck 54-year-old Moran Moreria and drove away, leaving her lying in the road, they say. About an hour later, the police were notified there was a woman lying in the road. She was dead at the scene. There was no sign of the culprit, though. Police were only able to track down Claybrook through witness information and some nearby surveillance footage. He was taken into custody, charged with second-degree leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death and third-degree endangering an injured victim. He's since been released pending a court appearance, but I'm not sure about the circumstances. Was the woman on the corner, and did the rear tires of the trailer get her, or was she actually crossing the street and he hit her? Not sure about that. And with that, back to the phones here. Let's see what's going on in Florida this morning, Philip.
Oh, not much. How you doing, bud? Happy birthday.
Well, thank you very much.
You gonna do anything for your birthday, man?
I don't know. We'll figure something out. I have no premeditated plans of any sort at this point. Not really.
Oh, okay. Just gonna hang out in the bunker there.
Yeah.
Chill out.
Yep.
Hey, we got launch tomorrow, huh? Lucy's gonna get off the ground.
That's what's that? That the thing that's headed up to like slam into the asteroid or whatever? Is that the one?
Yeah, it's going to go check out the asteroids by Jupiter, and they're going to get it up close to it. I don't think they're going to slam on it. It's a 12-year mission, so it's going to be
that's
going to
not
be a
that,
while. And then we got it.
That's not the one. Then the mission I was thinking of, something that's supposed to launch so at some point here in the not too distant future, and then it takes about a year, and they're going to slam it into an asteroid, seeing if they can change the trajectory of the asteroid or whatever, that kind of thing. So Lucy is just going to explore asteroids out there between Jupiter and Saturn, did they say?
They said out there by Jupiter, behind Jupiter, they're gonna check out the asteroids with it. I think it's just an exploratory satellite that's going to check it out. They're probably going to be mapping them and that kind of try to figure out what's going on with an asteroid.
Okay, yeah.
But we got a crewed mission that's going to be the end of the month. Next SpaceX crewed mission, and I don't know if you heard or not. They putting the launch tower together out there at Boca Chica for the Starship. They have these. They're called, they call them chopsticks, but they're grabber arms. When the rocket comes back down, it's going to grab the rocket and then sit it down on the launch pad. Have you seen that, Steve?
That one I have not. No, sir.
Okay, so what's going to happen is the Starship's on top of a booster, and it's going to go up. And then when that booster comes back, it's going to come right back to the launch pad it took off of. And when it comes down to the launch pad, instead of, how when you see the rockets come down now, they have legs that come out. Same way with the Blue Origin, when they have legs that come out and it sits down on the ground. Well, this one's going to come down, and they've actually got a set of like arms that go out from the launch facility or from the launch tower that's going to grab it, and the motors will turn off, and then it'll go straight down and sit it down. So what they're planning on doing with that is they're going to take the Starship. They could actually launch a Starship, have that come back down within a few hours, put another Starship on top of it, and then launch again. That's what the idea is behind that.
Wow.
So reusable system. Now, there's plans for also to have one of those launch towers out on the Gulf of Mexico on immoral rigs. So when the booster comes back, it'll get caught out there and come back out there. They're talking about making them offshore rigs to where they'll launch off out in the Gulf instead of launching out on the land. They're talking about doing that too. They're not exactly sure when they're going to do that or whatever. I know they got the rigs already out there, going out there right now. So, but there's a lot of stuff going on out there. I wouldn't be surprised they'll have an orbital launch pretty soon. They've got Starship 21 out there. They're proof testing that. They've done that. They've proof tested the booster that's actually out there now for. The other booster that's sitting out there now, they're number 3. They're taking it apart and disassembling it because they went through some tests with it. But the launch site's coming along. It's really coming along. They put a lot of work into it. So I found out also yesterday, you remember I told you about a crane collapse in Orlando?
I do, yes.
Okay, I had a chance to see that crane, and I've never seen that. I mean, it's you can look at it and see it was a boom failure, but the crane's turned away from the building, like 90 degrees away from the building, sideways.
Okay.
And it looks like the boom just fell over sideways onto the building. So I think it was some kind of boom failure with it, because you can see where the boom bolts are all out of it and everything, where it came off at the base. So yeah, the crane was sitting, if you're looking at the building, the crane was actually sitting 90 degrees. Now, the way it was facing the cab and everything was facing 90 degrees the other way from the building. So it fell sideways instead of falling straight forward or backwards. So it's crazy looking stuff, man. I wrapped that thing around that parking structure, and talking about probably a 200 foot boom, 300 foot boom over the building. So thank God nobody got hurt majorly. And sad to say it, buddy, but anybody that's into bluegrass music, if you're into Phil Ledbetter, sad to say he passed away yesterday. So,
did
my
he?
condolences to his family. Yeah, he passed away yesterday. He had COVID, but he had a lot of medical stuff going on too besides COVID. But give my thoughts and stuff for prayers for his family. So that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. I hope you enjoy your birthday, and tell the other half there to enjoy her birthday too. So y'all have a good one. Thank you.
All right, there you go. About 16 past the hour. Thank you, Philip. Sorry to hear about the passing of your friend there. That is 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning? Happy Friday, Pappy.
Happy birthday, Mr. Steve Sommers. What's up? Man, Steve, it's just been one of the nights. I was lucky enough to tune in at the very beginning of the show to hear that rendition put on by that group there.
Yeah, right.
Mighty nice. Steve, I started to give you my rendition of Marilyn Monroe's little birthday song to John F. Kennedy, but I didn't think that would be appropriate.
Yeah.
So I decided against that. But, man, I ain't got to hear a lot of the show tonight. It's just one of them nights. Kiddies don't have school tomorrow. I got to hear about a minute of Steve's call, and I had to turn it off and go do something. But it sounded like he was fired up tonight. You have to go back and listen to that. Steve, I really ain't got a whole lot. Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. Break out them skull busters. What is it? Is it the Heinz 57 variety this year or what?
The Heinz 57 variety? What do you mean by that?
Is it the big 5.7? What's the number?
Yeah.
5.6,
It is. It's 5.7. Yeah, I was a little confused there. Yeah, I'm a Heinz 57 this year.
Man, I dropped the ball, Steve. I dropped the ball. I have to catch up with you next week. You know what I'm saying?
You're trying to make that an annual tradition or something?
Yeah, I mean, you know. But, man, Steve, real quick, and I'm going to get off here. Did you hear about this 14-year-old, two 14-year-old girls that went into the restroom? And there was another teenager dressed up as a girl, had a skirt on, and went into the girls' bathroom and raped these girls, Steve, on two separate occasions. The school knew about the first one. They tried to cover it up. Then the second one happened. Have you heard anything about this?
Yeah, I had touched on the first because the father, I guess, is speaking out that the school board had tried to silence him. And now you wouldn't even let him speak, right?
Steve, what the hell? This man shows up at a school board meeting, right, to give him a piece of his mind. My understanding, I could be wrong, Steve, he wasn't out of line. He wasn't raising his voice. He wasn't causing a commotion. He just wanted to get up in front of the mic and have his little say-so. They wouldn't let him, Steve. Called the popo to come in and put him in handcuffs and cart him out of there.
Yep.
I'd like to know who's the idiot put handcuffs on this man and took him out of that room. Wouldn't have been me.
And I
messed up stuff.
And I was not familiar that the dude in the skirt committed a similar offense on a second occasion. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. There was two occasions. They tried to cover up the first one. That's how whacked out these people are, Steve.
Yep, that's pretty sick.
When we first heard this about men going into little girls' baths, are you kidding me? A couple of years ago, this started floating around. we're looking at each other like, what the hell? Anyway, that's all I got. Happy birthday, big boy.
Thank you for tuning in. Be safe out there. You got less than an hour to go, right? And there'll be quitting time on your Friday morning. Let's see. Hey there, Big Moose chimed in here via email. He said, I heard it was Gilligan, Heatwave, and Chevy Guy. They're going to form a brand new band called the Fatler Brothers. The Fatler Brothers. That's a good one, Moose. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So as we all too well know, as every time we go to fill up, we're experiencing it firsthand. And we've been talking about get ready for sticker shock as the temperatures drop, the cost of home heating oil going to go through the roof, natural gas. Yeah, Republicans on the House Energy and Commerce Committee have written to the Secretary of Energy, which is Jennifer Granholm, to ask her what steps are being taken to reduce cost with a colder than normal winter expected, according to forecasters. Natural gas prices have surged in part because of the Biden administration's policies. Americans already noticing escalating prices at the gas pumps, and House Democrats are preparing to make it more expensive for people to heat their homes with a tax on natural gas. The Energy Information Administration said on Wednesday they expect households will have to spend more money on energy this winter, obviously, than last, especially those that primarily heat with propane or oil. Propane prices, in case you missed it, anticipated to be up 54%. Ranking member Representative Kathy McMorris of Washington and other Republican members on the committee are writing Granholm to express serious concerns about rapidly rising energy prices and the negative impact that this is going to have on the U.S. economy, inflation, household bills. With predictions of a colder than usual winter this year, we want to understand as soon as possible what actions you and the Democrats are taking to prepare for what could be a perfect storm of a cold winter, high unaffordable energy prices, and supply disruptions. They noted that since Joe Biden took office, prices of crude oil and many energy commodities have risen to 7-year highs. Retail gasoline prices are up 80%. Natural gas prices, my friends, are up 274%. Thanks, Joe. Oh, by the way, propane prices have increased 552% over the past year and a half. The energy crisis gripping the nation threatens to reverse the progress made under the prior administration to allow us to become energy secure. As you know, the United States was a net energy exporter in 2019 for the first time since 1955. However, since March, our reliance on foreign crude oil has skyrocketed. Millions of Americans depend on reliable, affordable supplies of these fossil-based fuels for home heating, electricity, transportation, manufacturing, agriculture. Additionally, as you know, energy price increases are also passed along in many goods and services, stretching family and household budgets, exacerbating energy poverty. Now, when citing the effects of the COVID pandemic on the global supply chain and domestic prices, we are deeply concerned that the Biden administration's anti-fossil fuel agenda is leading to higher bills for American families and businesses. Yes, it is. Thank you, Joe. On his first day in office, Biden revoked the permit for the Keystone Pipeline, a moratorium on fossil energy development on federal lands and waters. In recent comments, you indicated that the Department of Energy could respond to high gas prices by releasing emergency oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or reinstate the ban on crude oil exports that Congress repealed on a bipartisan basis back in 2015. Now, these actions and these statements combined with the goals of this administration to increase further environmental regulation and mandate economy-wide zero greenhouse gas emissions have a chilling effect on domestic energy infrastructure, investments, and supplies. We request you respond by October 21st with, among other things, specific actions. What does the Department of Energy plan to use to address energy prices and supply shortages and increase U.S. oil production? And they also ask her to describe the legal authorities and policy justification supporting the Department of Energy's consideration of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and a crude oil export ban, since under current law, only the president may authorize these actions in an emergency. All right, so we'll see where that goes. Asking some questions, finally. With that, let's check in with, let's see, what's going on? Big Sexy, happy Friday.
Hey, Steve, how's it going?
Doing all right. Happy Friday, happy birthday to me.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Happy birthday to you. And I think isn't it Heatwave's birthday also?
Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday to him. And
Jolly Green Johnson.
While I'm at it, go ahead and...
His wife, Jolly Green's wife, having a birthday today. Yep.
Happy birthday to her, and happy birthday to your princess coming
Monday.
up, too.
Yep. Thank you.
On Biden's deal earlier, so I guess it's okay for me to deliver papers at night, too, right?
Did you know newspapers can be delivered at night? Yes, I did. I'm glad you figured that out.
No, I didn't know how they got there first thing in the morning. Remember I think it was Tuesday. I don't catch your Monday show usually. Talking about that accident that happened over here. I sent you the email about the wheel that come off and killed the guy.
Yes.
I got an update on that. It wasn't just one wheel that come off. It was both sets of the back wheels on that trailer. Both wheels on that axle come off. Both wheels.
Wow.
And they separated. One hit and killed him. The other one went into the house.
That's crazy.
They were sitting out in the lawn, him and his son, a bunch more of them just sitting out there talking. And his son caught, they were facing kind of away from where the truck was coming, but his son caught a glimpse of it. And before he could get his dad out of the way, the wheel hit him. So
wow, he did. So
I don't know how both wheels could come off, but that's something that's probably gonna go out to maintenance on that trailer, ain't it?
I would certainly think.
They haven't said who the truck driver was or which company he was driving for, or if it was the owner operator or what.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't released that yet. I've got the information I got from the guy owned a shop in this town where were part of the ownership of it, and it was a shop that worked on vehicles, done all kind of maintenance, even for the county and all that. It was right there by the house where it happened, and one of their workers gave me the information on it, on what happened. But that's crazy. Both wheels coming off.
Yeah, poor guy. He had no idea. He has no idea what hit him. In other words,
no, he never saw it coming.
Wow, just like that, in the blink of an eye. Just a normal everyday having a conversation. Boom. Lights out. All right. Hey, Big Sexy, thanks for the update there. Have a great Friday, good weekend. Got to get our news break, though, a little bit behind here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The drug company Moderna has cleared the first hurdle as far as getting its COVID-19 booster shots authorized for emergency use.
We do have a unanimous 19 out of 19 yes vote.
An independent FDA advisory panel recommended that the FDA sign off on the request. Jobless claims fell last week. 293,000 Americans were filing new claims. The White House, Jen Psaki, says that's good news.
Today we learned that last week's initial unemployment claims fell to another pre-pandemic low, down below 300,000 for the first time in almost 20 months.
Also, the Labor Department says another report shows 4.3 million Americans quit their jobs in August, most of which say they were looking for better pay, and union workers are now going on strike. 10,000 John Deere workers are marching the picket lines. This is USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 24. Online bingo is now America's favorite pastime activity. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com to play Bingo Treasure for free. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. It's all free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
I know it's just October, but it's never too early to look for Christmas gifts and give those you love the gift of a good night's sleep. Go to MyPillow.com, shop for great gifts including the original MyPillow, MyPillow slippers, mattress toppers, pet beds, and of course my promo code USA will save you up to 66% on anything on the MyPillow website. Go to MyPillow.com, promo code USA, and give someone a gift that you love.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
subscribers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome back here. I got your email there, Scarecrow. I saw you were on hold there a little bit ago. See, Steve, sorry, I had to drop off after an amazing happy birthday rendition like you had earlier. Only a call from Marilyn Monroe herself could top that. Yeah, right? Are you listening, baby bear, or always moving, he says? Oh, there you go. All right, thanks for listening in, though, Scarecrow. We'll chat another time. Hey, what's going on, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I ain't Marilyn Monroe, but here goes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Steve Sommers. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Knucklebuster.
Well, you're still a young whippersnapper in my book, son, so don't worry about it. Just keep right on living. You might eventually catch up to me there.
Mm-hmm.
I want to congratulate Mr. Tom Brady, TB12, on that win tonight against them Philadelphia Eagles there. He's going to get ring number 8 on that finger, and then maybe if he'd retire, Joe Burrow might be able to go to the Super Bowl. You never know. I want to congratulate Mr. Alan Jackson. He became a billionaire on Pandora with over 5 billion streams of his songs there. He said he wished his mama could have heard that because she didn't even know what a streaming service was, right? So that's pretty funny. Which, of course, my 93-year-old mama, she don't even know what a streaming service is. She'd be like, what's that yet? Do you know who Donald Sutherland is, that actor?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you ever seen his son? He showed it. He was in that ABC show, Designated Survivor, and I think he put a couple movies out. Well, he rode 10 years on the rodeo circuit now, Steve, and he's put a couple albums out now. He's got another one coming out next year. He's kind of like Mr. Jackson there. He likes a direct lyric where you don't have to go watch a movie to figure out what in the hell he's even singing about. And he said he almost didn't record anything, but the guy that produces his albums and stuff got him to go drink a few Skull Buster beers with him. And after he got the few Skull Busters down his throat there, he said it sounded like a pretty good idea to put these albums out. They're doing pretty good. Philosophical differences.
Yes.
Steve, I need a pay raise and a contract extension. And the St. Louis Cardinals told him KMA, right? That FMCSA director, you can bet that woman ain't going to be no good for us, buddy. Them 65-mile-an-hour speed limiters are coming. And, shoot, I don't know. I ain't no telling what all else she's going to put over. But let me say this just so that I don't offend everybody. There's two groups that call themselves OOIDA in my book. This is just strictly my book there. There's a lot of smart owner-operator, independent drivers association members that are great businessmen. A lot of them are. But there's also another group called Owner-Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association members, too. And I got one for a nominee tonight. I was coming across Arkansas over there on 40. Now, I'm passing another truck, and I'm less than a truck length in the left-hand lane passing this other truck, and that owner-operator come in that right-hand lane and just come all the way over on me. He didn't care if I was there or not there. I had to back out of it, keep getting hit there. But guess what? 40 miles up the road, he had a wreck, Steve, up there in that construction. Yep, sure did. Had a wreck, and then everybody had to start getting off and going down their own 70. So he's a member of that other group, Owner-Operator Ignorant Dumbass Association member there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all them people that have these wrecks out here and kill somebody, guess what? You're going to get bent over and become somebody's girlfriend every night there. So you might want to think about what you're doing out here. So anyway, I'll call you early Monday morning if I can think about it so I can talk to Mama Sommers and I'll wish her a happy birthday too. Think she'd be all right with me singing to her?
Oh, I'm sure she would, yes.
All right. Have a great birthday. Have a great weekend there, and we'll talk to you next week, buddy.
Thank you so much, Knucklebuster. It's about 17 before the hour. Let's see. After more than 40 years of racing around in circles, Tony Stewart has embarked on a straight and narrow path, albeit at more than 300 miles per hour. The championship-winning race driver who has successfully transitioned to being a championship-winning team owner will be joining the NHRA in 2022. His team, Tony Stewart Racing, will field 2 full-time entries. One in Top Fuel for 9-time event winner Leah Pruitt, and one in Funny Car for 39-time event winner Matt Hagan. The manufacturer and the team's technical alliance associate, along with corporate partners, will be announced at a later date. I said when I retired from full-time driving, I said it was the end, but the beginning of a new chapter. This is proof of that. Of course, he also co-owns Stewart Haas Racing in the NASCAR Cup Series with Gene Haas. I appreciate all forms of racing, and I've always been intrigued with drag racing and NHRA in particular. Back in 2009, when Tony Schumacher and I were representing the U.S. Army, I got to hang out with him and Don Schumacher at the U.S. Nationals. Tony ended up winning, and after taking it all in, I was hooked. But it wasn't until I met Leah and started going to races regularly where I saw the strategy and the preparation firsthand that now I truly understand it. Now, he's been a regular at NHRA events since last year when he and Leah started dating. They are now engaged. They are set to be married next month after the season finale in Pomona, California. Beginning with Don Schumacher, I've probably annoyed everyone in the paddock with all the questions I've asked, but the more I've learned about drag racing, the less I wanted to be just a spectator. I want to be an integral part of it, and I don't half do things. I go all in. I'm smart enough to know that I don't need to be a rookie owner and a rookie driver, so I made sure to get two of the best NHRA drivers in Leah and Matt. I'm going to lean on their experience so we can hit the ground running next year. So that'll be different. Tony at the NHR events, right? Tony and Leah. I hadn't even paid enough attention to realize they were engaged. And yeah, he's marrying a very pretty NHRA driver. Way to go, Tony. All right, back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, we'll jump right back to the calls here on a Friday. Hey, good morning, Rambler. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve Areno. Glad to be able to talk to you. And happy birthday. And I'm going to tell you something. 57, man, that's a good steak sauce. Love putting that on my steaks and my hamburgers. And A1 isn't bad either. But I'm glad you've been on this earth 57. Do you know you were 12 years old when I was born? I guess the 70s was a pretty cool decade, huh?
Yeah, it was.
I actually prefer the 80s. I'm an 80s child, so. But happy birthday, and I appreciate you reading my email earlier also. And before I forget, man, that daggone moose, the Fattlers.
The Fattler brothers.
That got me laughing, man. The Fatler brothers. Oh, that had me laughing, brother. That had me laughing. But I appreciate you reading my email. And, you know, I'm very cautious about doing things like that. I just don't want to come on and do a cheap plug for something. And, you know, folks think I'm just out to grab money or, you know, anything like that. But, you know, my real name is Perry McDaniel. You see me pop up on Facebook as I normally use my wife's middle name, Diana. So you see me pop up as Perry Diana McDaniel. But, you know, I've been preaching the gospel, fully ordained since November 13th of 2011. God called me to do this. Man, Steve, I've been telling folks about Jesus Christ since I was 5. That's as early as I can go back to where I can start telling other people about Jesus Christ. And, of course, you know, Pop, Dirty Diapers, you know, he left this world before he lost consciousness and he went into a coma and he left us. He was still writing on a whiteboard with marker telling people about Jesus because he couldn't speak no more. So, you know, telling folks about Jesus Christ has been basically my whole life, and driving this truck has been the other half of it, which I'm very thankful I'm doing. And, you know, Steve, the book of James, chapter 4, verse number 14, the Holy Spirit through James, the brother of Jesus, asked this, "For what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time and then vanish away." Like I said, we have a church page called Determined Ministries Church. And if you go to our church page, Determined Ministries Church, you're going to see some photos of an accident that I was involved in on August 30th. I know you told me you like me to tell stories. I'm going to wrap this one up because I know you got to come up on a break in about 9 minutes. But we also have live service, and it's just me standing behind the pulpit with the camera and music. And look, I just preach what God gives me to preach, and we go live 7 p.m. Central Standard Time every Sunday evening. We don't never miss. And I said we had to go bury Dirty Diaper here a couple of months ago. But like I said, you know, you go to that page, you'll see pictures of an accident I was involved in. I want to just tell that story about what is your life. Have you considered your life? You know, what is a life? You know, the Holy Spirit through James is exactly right. We're nothing but a vapor. We're here just a little while. Mm-hmm. And in God's eyes, even if it's 70 years, see, we're here for a little while. And I'm happy it's your birthday, and I'm so glad that you've been with us now 57 years. But what is your life? I found out what my life was worth August 30th of 2012 when I went out. Hurricane Isaac moved through, and I was shouldn't have even left the terminal, but I did. I had gas cans and generators I was taking over there to Brookhaven because they were getting hit by that storm. And the minute I got into Mississippi, and by the way, we're out of Mobile, Alabama. South Miss is the route I normally run. But as soon as I hit Highway 98 and that first gust of wind hit this truck, I said, man, I'm ready to turn around. I have a bad feeling about this. And I said, all right, Lord. I said, you're in this cab with me. So keep this truck between the spotted and then the dotted. Let's get it over there and get back home. Well, I got over there to Brookhaven, and I met the other relay driver, and I looked at him. He looked at me, and we're like, you know what? We're stupid for being out here. He said, well, you know, Brother Perry, I'm going home. I ain't going to run out this. I said, well, I ain't got no other choice. I'm stuck. So the wind was still blowing, still raining a little bit. I mean, blowing this truck like a sailboat. So I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, okay, Lord, I don't want to be stuck out here all night and all morning. I really want to get back home. So I saw a few other trucks rolling down the road. I said, well, you know, if they can do it, I can do it. Well, I took off, and the first thought that crossed my mind, like I said, you go to Determined Ministries Church, you'll see pictures of what I'm talking about. The first thought that crossed my mind is, you know, it's rained pretty good bit. This place has got hit by 70-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusts up to 100. There's going to be a tree down somewhere. I said, God, don't let me find it. So I take off down the road, and I'm got to get to McGee, Mississippi, and I said, so I'm going to take up on Highway 13. That's north of Prentice, Mississippi. Well, when I topped the hill, about right there in Jefferson Davis County, when I topped the hill, Steve, there was the biggest, hugest loplolly pine tree laying across State Route 13. When I went to lock the brakes up, the truck started to jackknife, and if you've ever been on this state route, there's it's a deep ditches on both sides. So the truck started to jackknife. I let off the brakes, mashed the gas, straightened the truck out. My last act of defiance was to take this horn, blow it, and maybe the tree would jump up and move out of my way, but it didn't.
Right.
So I hit that tree. No, it didn't. It didn't. Hey, look. My God could do many things. I was praying he would make that tree get up and move, but he didn't. Steve, when I hit that tree, it split, rolled over the hood, and I could see the tree limb coming right for my forehead. I could see it. I said, okay, this is it. I'm just stand before Jesus. But, Steve, I want to tell you now, you go to that Facebook page, you look at them pictures. I'm the only one in this cab. There's no one else in this cab but me and the good Lord. The moment that tree limb hit the windshield and come through, Steve, a hand grabbed my shirt, snatched me right out of the way. The moment, it's like perfect timing. I got snatched out of the way. That tree limb come right past my head and lodged itself in the back of this cab. So when everything was said and done, and I felt bark up beside the left side of my head, and I made sure I had all my appendages, all my fingers and toes.
Mm-hmm.
I said, okay, Lord, what was the purpose of this? God spoke, Matthew 6:33, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and my righteousness, and all these things should be added unto thee. You know, Steve, Dirty Diapers and myself, we didn't worry about a whole lot because we knew that our life, we knew that our God would take care of us. He says it in Philippians 4:19, I'll supply all your needs by my riches and glory. So I ask you tonight, what is your life? We're just a vapor. And anytime you go and you watch Determined Ministries Church, you're going to hear at the very end a saying that the Lord gave me to say. This is why I tell you before I sign off on the air, I tell everybody out there, I tell you, Steve, I love you. As gay as it sounds, I don't care. You can judge me, I don't care. But I'll tell I'll tell anybody, I'm serious, that I love them. Because what the Lord says is this, and this is what I sign off with, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, then I can love you, and I do. And remember, I was the only one in that cab. There is a God. He is real. He saved my very life that very night to keep me on this path of telling folks about Jesus. But Steve, happy birthday. Hello, everyone out there. Listen, if no one tells you at all, someone's going to tell you right now, I love you. And Steve, I love you and Lisa. Y'all have yourselves a happy birthday. God bless you. Have a great weekend, man.
And I was looking at the photographs. If you can pull that up and check it out, I found it on the Facebook page. Yeah, that branch, that story he was just describing, that branch that's a pretty good diameter branch. But I mean, right through the windshield, it looks like right at like head level, face level. It went right. You know, that's pretty wild. Something grabbed him and pulled him over right at the moment of impact. But that would have been like right in the face. All right. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate the story. Rambler, great to have you with us, and have a great weekend. We return for our final hour right after this. as we roll into the early hours of a Friday. TGIF, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Susan Berman, someone he called his best friend 21 years ago. Berman's cousin and others spoke, including her adopted son, Sarab Kaufman, who said his mother's murder changed his life.
You also murdered me. You murdered the person I was, all his dreams and all his hopes gone. He no longer exists. I am a whisper, a wraith of who I once was. My mother's murder and the events of the last 40 years will never leave me. You satisfied, Bob?
Prosecutors in New York are now reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy, who disappeared in 1982. Her body has never been found, and no one has been charged with her disappearance. Durst's attorneys have indicated they will appeal. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's Medishare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to Medishare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because Medishare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
President Biden says the federal government is ready if the FDA and the CDC authorizes COVID-19 vaccines for young children.
Calling on more parents to get their children vaccinated when they are eligible. And I'm asking everyone who hasn't gotten vaccinated, please get vaccinated.
He said about 66 million Americans still haven't been vaccinated. An FDA advisory panel okayed a COVID booster shot from Moderna for those most at risk, including senior citizens. They're expected to consider a booster from Johnson & Johnson on Friday. Former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe has settled his case against the Justice Department. McCabe came under fire from President Trump during the Russia investigation. Attorney General Jeff Sessions fired him with just hours left before his retirement. His attorneys say McCabe will get his pension and a clean record after the firing. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
NASA's new asteroid probe is all set to launch. USA's Lance Pry reports.
NASA's newest asteroid mission, called Lucy, a spacecraft targeting space rocks that orbit ahead and behind Jupiter, is ready to begin its journey. Lucy's prime mission is nearly 12 years long. During that time, Lucy will travel almost 4 billion miles, making 3.5 giant loops around the sun. The launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida is scheduled for Saturday at 5:34 a.m. Eastern. From the West Coast of USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Some toy manufacturers are being hurt by supply chain shortages. USA's Tim Berg has details.
To try and address supply chain issues around the country, President Biden announced Wednesday that the Port of Los Angeles will be operating around the clock. One of the impacted industries is the toy industry, which is concerning to Toy Association President Steve Paserb, who shares with Newsmax where the most impact is being felt across the country.
This is a pretty significant problem, particularly for the medium-sized and small-sized toy companies. America's got over 900 different toy companies. And while we all know the household names, it's those medium and small companies that are really struggling, both getting onto ships to get here and also the enormous increase in prices that the shipping companies are charging, upwards of 800, 900% over last year.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we get our final hour underway here on a Friday morning, I have no idea what the game is. Because I do my show prep every evening. In recent weeks, I've seen headlines via Drudge and whatnot, something about some Squid Game. I have no idea what it is. Just got an email. Obviously from China. It says, "Hi. Recently, Squid Game is very popular. We have Squid Game costume, Squid Game alarm clock, Squid Game keychain, and fidget toy in sale. If you are interested, you can contact me." Okay, that's obviously some Chinese outfit. We have games in sale. Thank you. I'm not familiar with the Squid Game. I have no interest, but thank you for sharing, whoever the hell you are. You know, it's quite sad. Several weeks ago, someone sent me a link to, it was out of Philadelphia. It's the streets of Kensington, I believe they call it, where the drugs run rampant. Kensington, they describe as the largest open-air drug sales market. I don't know if it's in the country or in the world, but it's heart-wrenching. As there's several individuals that just literally on a daily basis, they'll drive the streets, around the neighborhood, around the block, round and round. And you see all these people that are just right out in the open with their needles, and they're shooting up, and they're nodding, I guess as they call it, and they're humped over and dying in some cases. Drug overdose deaths in the United States hit a new record for the 12-month period, according to the new government data. 96,779 deaths between March of 2020 and 21, a nearly 30% increase. They say it's important to remember that behind these devastating numbers are families, friends, community members who all have to grieve the loss of loved ones. The state with the largest increase in overdose deaths at 85% during that time was Vermont. Opioids accounted for the highest number of overdose deaths, followed by synthetic opioids, excluding methadone, which was actually linked to the lowest number of overdose deaths Yeah, 3 states actually saw their number of deaths decline, and those were New Hampshire, New Jersey, and South Dakota. But the numbers, it's off the charts. And, when they describe, it's the fentanyl, it's the carfentanil. And it's just, and those drugs continue to literally pour across the border. I was reading where the cartels in Mexico, if I understand it, have essentially kind of teamed up with China. China manufacturing the synthetic drugs, the fentanyl, the carfentanil, and they'll ship it to Mexico. And in Mexico, you've got these basement facilities where they'll actually make knockoff prescription-looking drugs. Looks like the real thing, but so they can get them into the United States. It may say it's one thing, but it's actually something totally different, but they can make them look genuine. And they also make it sound like that the cartels have really, their bread and butter for so many years, for decades, was the marijuana trade. As far as Mexico goes, with more and more states here legalizing it and allowing it to be grown commercially here in the U.S., that they've turned toward the harder drugs. And that's why you see these literally tons. The fentanyl, the carfentanil. How many stories have we shared? But like in one bust, enough drugs to kill like 50 million people. It's just sad state of affairs, but there's the official numbers. Let's get back to the calls here. Good morning, blind man. Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday to you and happy birthday. And I guess you were born in 1964, so you were born on a Thursday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I know how to figure out the day of the week if you give me the month, the day, and the year.
Okay.
And I remember my birthday was on a Thursday that year, April 2nd. Anyhow, I was listening to Mark Levin yesterday, and he was talking about the high price of oil and gas and blaming it on Biden with all his policies. And now Biden wants to talk to the oil people to, according to Mark, wanting to talk to the oil people to get the prices down. If I were the oil people, I would have nothing to do with Biden. Don't even bother showing up at the White House. Let him have a meeting by himself until he realizes what he's done and starts reversing all the stuff that he's done since he started on January 20th by closing down the Keystone Pipeline and just putting all these regulations on the companies. And it's going to get worse as time goes on.
I was talking about some of that earlier, yeah. And I mean, now you've had Joe Biden has actually gone to Saudi Arabia or contacted them, asking them to increase their output. Now he's trying to make nice with the oil companies here, trying to get them to increase their production. But at the same time, he's talking about taxing them more. And, he's canceled the lease times and all that. And they don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't want to invest in the oil here because they don't have any guarantees of profit in the future. Any business invests in whatever it's going to be in the hopes of obviously making money, a profit, a return on their investment, and there ain't no guarantees with this administration.
No way. Also, since I live in the swamp, I hear all the news going on in Virginia across the river. I live in Maryland, and boy, the school board situation is really heating up big time, and I'm glad to see that this one story has made the national news about this father whose daughter was raped by a transgender in the girls' bathroom. Then they transferred this kid to another school, and he does the same thing again.
Pappy was talking about that earlier. Yep. And then, of course, in the first case, the father of the daughter wanting to address the school board about their policy of allowing whatever you identify as. If you're a boy that identifies a girl, allowing them to use the dressing rooms, the locker rooms, and all that. And they wouldn't allow him to speak. He was silenced.
Yeah. Yeah, and then he was arrested because he insisted on speaking. And I hope the father, does a great big lawsuit against the school board. And people are really riled up. And then you got Terry McAuliffe. Chris Plant calls him Terry McAwful, who's running for governor. And he actually came out and said at a debate that parents have no right to tell what should be taught in the schools.
Yeah.
It's just crazy, and it's getting crazier by the day.
Yes, it is.
And I'm trying to talk to a couple of neighbors, that will listen to me, but again, it's like talking to a brick wall. There's one neighbor, she just watches MSNBC or whatever, CNN, and she said, I never heard that story. And I said, well, that's because you're not listening to what I'm listening to. Because I listen to you when I call you up on the phone. I talk to the truckers, and I really like to thank Big Moose for the chat room. Boy, that is my lifeline, literally. I mean, when I get depressed, I call and talk to all the truckers out there that are on, and really appreciate the fact that Chevy guy calls me up from time to time to make sure that I'm still vertical.
Well, that's great. Well, it's always good to hear from you, blind man, and thank you for chiming in this morning. Happy Friday, and have a great weekend. We'll be back in 2. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
For some of our listening friends that maybe travel out west, The Washington State Department of Transportation announcing multiple rest areas are going to be shuttered due to staffing and safety issues beginning today, October 15. Washington State DOT will close several rest areas located on I-5 between Everett and the Canadian border. The rest area closures include the rest areas northbound and southbound I-5 at Smoky Point and at Custer, north of Bellingham. These closures are expected to last at least 3 months. The southbound I-5 Silver Lake rest area at the milepost 188 was closed back in September for maintenance. They've extended the closure of this rest area indefinitely, they tell us. Now, their explanation is due to long-term vandalism, safety concerns. Obviously, the rest areas are useful for people who need to take a break from the highway. However, in recent months, there have been numerous issues with some visitors who are not using the facilities for the intended purposes. That includes for those extending their stay beyond the posted limits, illegal disposal of trash and waste, vandalizing the buildings, verbally abusing and even threatening employees. The decision to close these rest areas is not taken lightly, according to the Washington DOT Assistant Regional Administrator. Our priority is keeping the highway safe for all users. We need to shift our resources moving into the winter months, though. Now, there are plans to evaluate the rest area closures early next year based on available resources and staffing. The story actually shared some photographs from inside, like some of the restroom areas and whatnot. I guess if you don't have any staff taking out the trash, they had become dumps. Yeah, trash all over the place, so just be aware, you're going to have less places to get off the road, take a break in Washington State starting today. What's going on, Demon?
Another day in paradise. I was going to ask you if you'd took and read that, and they'll never open them back up, but, they're not real big rest areas, to be honest, but it's the homeless people is what it is.
Okay.
They set up encampments everywhere out there. I don't know why the article don't say that, but if you go by the rest areas anywhere out there in Seattle, Portland, on I-5, there's these makeshift tents everywhere, right alongside the interstate.
Well, that makes sense, because that's what
downtown Portland.
That's what they're saying when they're saying that people extending their stay. So they're putting a tent out there on the property, right? And then they've got restrooms and water and whatnot. Yeah. Okay, that explains it.
Yeah, and they're not tents; they're just tarps, and they use pallets to take and fix sides and stuff. I mean, it's awful out there. And like I said, they'll be right alongside the road. Right downtown Portland, Seattle. Like I said, the rest areas, anywhere they can take and pitch a tarp and, make a makeshift tent, basically. And they'll have, you look, there'll be bags of garbage sitting right next to their tent. There'll be garbage everywhere. It's just, it's awful out there. But, so you're 57 today. That means it's your birthday, right?
That would be correct.
You don't look a day over 65.
Thanks. Yeah, I ain't feeling a day over that either.
But, touch on this port issue out here in L.A., they're not even telling the truth about what's going on out there. You can't even register a vehicle out there, a truck, if it's older than 2011. They're not letting the owner-operators go in there anymore. That's where the problem is there's in the AB5, that's the root issues. It's the, like I said, you can't even register a truck if it's 2010 or older is what year it is.
Okay.
I've taken a lot of trucks out there. There was a lot of raggedy trucks, but That's who was hauling the containers out of the port, and all they do is they haul them to like the Inland Empire on over to Arizona and stuff like that. They take them to the warehouses out there. They build all kinds of warehouses about 55, 60 miles out of L.A. And I mean, there'll be containers, that they go in there, they just drop them. And of course, they was talking yesterday about they just go in there and drop those containers. Well, they don't bring a chassis back. They don't have chassis back over there at the port to take and load another container on. But you go to these warehouses, you can't hardly get into taking, to back in a dock because there's so many containers sitting around. But that's the biggest issue is the fact that all the vehicles they've taken off the road, and I think if you're not union, I don't think you can go into port. But, they'll never tell the whole truth about that. I mean, California's done it to themselves.
That was a story that was kind of, you've seen a lot of the posts on Facebook that's kind of gone viral this week about the older trucks and the owner-operators. Now, I'm seeing plenty of pictures where it looks like there's trucks lined up trying to get in there and get containers out anyway. So, I mean, it's got to have more to do with the efficiency.
Right. I mean, obviously there's more freight out there than they can handle, but, you look at the number of trucks they've taken off the road, though.
Yeah.
And like I said, the longshoremen, the unions, won't let the drivers in there unless they're unions, and they're calling the shots, But I've seen Florida, they've told him, said, come on through the Panama Canal. We'll unload you over here.
Bring it on down because there are, I guess, there's a lot of ships out there, but there's a lot of ports, right? So they're not having these incredible delays at, say, Houston or any of the Florida ports, whatever. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and there's lots of ports out there.
Right. Yeah, they were saying, Port Canaveral and Jacksonville, and they was talking about Tampa, which that's a huge port down there. It's actually in St. Pete. I've actually been in there, and they were saying yesterday on one of the shows I listened to, said, they've got all kinds of room, and they've got all kinds of drivers sitting there waiting to move it, and they've got a lot of warehouse space, and so that's a huge port down there. But I just, like I said, they're not telling the whole truth. The reason why they're not getting trucks in out there at the port of LA and Long Beach and stuff. But anyway, well, I'm just about back to Kansas. Hell, I made it through all that weather out there. It was mostly north of me, luckily. I didn't go through Cheyenne, so I don't know what it was like over there. It looked pretty bad, and I took a turn right, went down to Laramie, down to Fort Collins, and hell, I run out of the snow and everything there. But they said that there was icy slick spots on 80 there at Cheyenne. But anyway, well, I'll let you go, and y'all enjoy the weekend, and don't celebrate too hard.
The older you get, the more difficult that becomes for some reason.
Yeah, the hangovers are always worse the older you get. Too. Remember that.
Yeah, you're not far behind me there, old demon.
Yeah. But, okay, well, y'all take it easy.
All right, let's see you now. All right, let me see. We're going to get our news break in here. Bottom of the hour, and rolling into a Friday. And we'll get to Always Moving. Got you coming up. Jay's on the line. Steve, we'll get to you as well. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
New York real estate heir Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Susan Berman, someone he called his best friend 21 years ago. Berman's cousin and others spoke, including her adopted son, Sarab Kaufman, who said his mother's murder changed his life.
You also murdered me. You murdered the person I was, all his dreams and all his hopes gone. He no longer exists. I am a whisper, a wraith of who I once was. My mother's murder and the events of the last 40 years will never leave me. You satisfied, Bob?
Prosecutors in New York are now reopening the cold case of Durst's wife, Kathy, who disappeared in 1982. Her body has never been found, and no one has been charged with her disappearance. Durst's attorneys have indicated they will appeal. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And here we are on a Friday morning. Hello to Truck and Phil, Semper Fi. Yep, got your email here. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. Little rain and 63. And Fort Wayne was like it's going to be raining the better part of the day today. To Michigan and back. Okay. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make the flip back once again. All right. Enjoy your soggy trip. Yep. Because that's, you're right. That's, that precip you're going to be dealing with up there. It's all kind of dropping our direction. Yeah, the cold front going to be sweeping through the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, the Great Lakes region today. And, I'm looking at a lot of rain, especially from, say, Indianapolis northward. Yeah, from the Illinois line over to the Ohio line, rain up in northwest Ohio and southern Michigan. And that stream of moisture continues to come in from south to the north. Notice the short sleeve shirt I am wearing this Friday morning. I about guarantee you it'll be a long sleeve shirt next time we come together, come Sunday night, Monday morning. And the AC and the Hot Shot Secret Bunker will likely be flipped off of AC and probably already be on. They're forecasting a low like 42 for, I think, Saturday night, Sunday night. A cold front's got to be coming through between now and Saturday. Later today, we'll get some of that rain, possibly even some stronger storms. Yep, get ready for a sticker shock. Mother Nature shock. Hello, always moving. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, sir. And you've waited all night for me to call, didn't you? All morning?
I did.
I know you did, because you know you want me to sing it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Steve Sommers. Happy birthday to you. Yay.
Now life is better now.
See, you waited all night for me to call and sing to you. I knew you would.
Thank you so much, always moving.
You're welcome. I've managed to call the last couple of years and sing happy birthday and stuff, so there you go. But you didn't have any surprise visitors earlier in the studio?
No, not this time around.
Last year you had surprise.
Yes.
Okay, well, all right. Well, that's all I had. I picked up an extra shift here at work, and once again, the construction, they keep closing my exit ramp to go head south, and so it's kind of like trying to beat your way out of a paper bag when you turn down this ramp and that's not it. You go over to this ramp and you can't get out that way. So I'm finally on the right direction, headed home. And so, yay, I'm glad for that. But you have a wonderful birthday, and I hope you have a great weekend and enjoy your all the things that you want to do. And I hope you're around for at least 30 or 40 more years.
That would be nice. Probably wishful thinking, but thank you so much. Always moving. All righty, there you go. Hey, China's preparing to send 3 astronauts to live on their space station for 6 months. A new milestone for a program that has advanced rapidly in recent years. It will be China's longest crewed space mission, and it'll set a record for the most time spent in space by Chinese astronauts. The Shenzhou 13 spaceship expected to be launched into space early Saturday morning from the satellite launch center on the edge of the Gobi Desert in northwest China. The first crew who served a 90-day mission aboard The core module of the space station returned in mid-September. Now, this new crew will have 2 veterans of space travel and the only woman on the mission, carrying out experience and led a science class in real time while traveling on one of China's earlier experimental space stations. Now, we'll be traveling into space for the first time. All right, so they're kind of in quarantine as they have been, waiting for the launch coming up on Saturday morning. It's a new space race. China's looking to go back to the moon. We're looking to go back to the moon. Of course, Russia. Now, what was the Middle East country? Everyone looking to get to the moon once again. Good morning to Jay. Happy Friday. What's happening, Jay?
Hey, happy Friday, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Hey, them tires, I lost a set of duals off the back of my trailer one time. I went to the store and had to make a real hard left turn, and next thing I know, that trailer looked like it was going to lean over to the right. Thought it was going to turn over. I said, what the heck? Got out and looked and lost two set of tires on the rear end. They don't, back in the day, they used to have lock nuts on the inside of your tires. They don't have them no more. They don't lock the inside tires in no more. So once you lose one tire and it comes off, the other one's going to come right off.
Well, we were talking.
Still there?
We were talking with the guys from Manufacturer Direct they've got this product that you snap on each lug, each nut around the tire to keep them. Yeah, he was saying, I guess, more of a stretching problem versus the loosening problem. But
yeah, once they come loose, I mean, that tire's just wobbling. It ate out all the studs on it. Yep. They couldn't put no more tires. They couldn't put the tires back on it.
Yep.
But your truck's the same way. They don't use them studs no more that they used to lock your inside wheels. Because you used to be able, when you blew an outside tire, they put a board out there and you just drive on top of it and they change the outside tire. Well, you can't do that no more.
Mm.
But yeah, I lost that set. I went back the other way to see if it's been a wreck or anything, or if I could see the tires, and I never did see them. It was pouring down rain that night. I was going to the store, and I didn't even feel nothing come off. So I got to the store.
Wow. Well,
but yeah,
I mean, if
like I said, back in the days they used to lock them.
More often than not, if they come off and they hit a vehicle or whatever, it could be deadly.
Well, yeah. Hey, is it supposed to? When's that rain supposed to hit you guys over here, tonight or Saturday?
It's later today. It's supposed to be. I mean, we're supposed to be in a zone where we could potentially see severe weather. I mean, maybe tornadoes even. Tornadoes, large hail, damaging wind later today.
Yeah, my daughter's going to Kings Island down there tonight, Friday night.
For the Halloween thing, that may get rained out.
Yeah. That's what I told him. I said, you better watch the weather because it's just pouring down over here. I lived in Annapolis. It was pouring down.
Okay.
I'm over in Illinois and it's still coming down. So that's about it. Hope you have a good weekend.
Thank you much, Jay. Appreciate you chiming in this morning. Yeah, you do the same. Be safe out there playing in the rain. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. For the upcoming day, scattered showers, thunderstorms during the afternoon. Yeah, potential for severe thunderstorms. They're saying chance of rain 50%. Then I guess it looks like, rain chance is actually going up to 76%. Scattered thunderstorms in the evening, leading to a steady rain. A steady rain arriving overnight. Yeah, I don't think if I had an option to choose, I might wait till Saturday night. Yeah, for the girls there, because Saturday it's going to be a cooler day. It's going to be sunny Saturday. Yeah, 61 for the high. But yeah, I've been to the Halloween haunt in years past. And, temperature-wise, overnight tonight wouldn't be too bad. It's going to be, a little cooler this evening, but, yeah, because going down to about 50-something. So it definitely gets cool. You need a jacket. Yes, Saturday night it's going to be dropping into the lower 40s. I've been there when you got to bundle up, and boys. But yeah, Saturday will be a much better night. For what it's worth, about 16 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Hey there, Steve.
Hey, Steve. That was a really great call by Rambler. The Lord has definitely blessed that guy. When I get home, I'm going to try to find those pictures he was talking about. Getting back to that story that Big Sexy was talking about, the guy that lost his tires.
Yes.
The Lord blessed me one day, Steve, because I checked the lug nuts on the trailer. When I started driving a truck back in 2009, the guy that taught me how to do a pre-trip was an old school owner-operator that I learned from. And this guy knew every part, nut and bolt on that tractor trailer. And one of the things he told us to make sure we do is not only check the tires, but check the lug nuts. And I don't care what maintenance guy or shop or whatever put those tires on, if they changed a blowout or a flat, that responsibility falls on the driver. If you lose a tire on the roadway, that's the driver's gas, not the guy that put the tire on, because that's the guy did not do a proper pre-trip. So I walk up to this trailer one day. This is when I first started driving, Steve. I was a brand new driver, and I had my flashlight. I'm looking at the back trailer tire, and I'm like, man, that doesn't look right. I grab those lug nuts, and you could basically turn them with your fingers.
Really?
And what happens is, yes, what happens is when you're driving down the road, those lug nuts keep spinning. They constantly spin off the studs. That's what happens. And it happens a lot out there, Steve. You'd be surprised. Last year in Chicago on I-94, north of Chicago, there was someone that got killed from a container lost a set of tires on the expressway and catapulted into a vehicle. So it happens quite a bit, and when it happens, it could be deadly. When you got a tire flying off a trailer going across the highway. So yeah, that's the driver's hat. You know, Steve, just driving a truck for 12 years, I've noticed many company drivers I've worked with. They get in the damn truck, they don't open the hood, they start the engine up, they back under there, and they take off. They don't check stuff with a flashlight. They don't open the hood. They're not checking the tires, the lugs. You know, and it's not my responsibility to monitor, other drivers. You know, I like they say, CYOB, right?
Mm-hmm.
CYOA, cover your own ass. But, I just care about myself, that I'm safe driving down the road. But I always check the lugs. Ever since that one time, Steve, I've always checked the lugs. I'll tell you, that just made me real nervous after I found that issue. I don't know if, real quick before I get up, I don't know if Lone Ranger's listening tonight, but I know a couple of weeks back he was talking about investments and, finding a place to put his dad's money. Well, yesterday morning, Steve, the wife and I, we took out 35% of our savings out of the bank, and we bought a kilo of gold, which is basically 34 ounces. And the reason I did that was gold is down to $17.90 an ounce now, so it's below $2,000, and it has been for a little bit. But I was reading a few different articles from a few different investors that talked about the banks and what's happening with the economy and so forth, and inflation, and what's going to happen with the dollar. And all three of these guys, Steve, predict that gold is going to go to $5,000 an ounce. And it's going to happen very quickly. When it does happen, it's going to skyrocket. That's what they're talking about. So we went out and bought, like I said, a kilo. And, it's basically 34 coins. And we're just going to put them in the safe and hang on to them. But for Lone Ranger, I would look into that. There's a couple of really good companies out there. The one that I dealt with was called American Hartford. gold, and very good company, reputable, and they ship it right to the house. So it's for him, that would be, I think, a good place to put his dad's dollars for now. At least he's not going to lose it. You know what I mean? You have that physical part, and
gold and silver have always been, that's what do they call it? A safe haven when the currencies hit the fan and the economy and you go to a recession. That's been a safe haven historically.
Yes, sir. And silver's, they're talking about silver doing the same thing. I think silver right now is about $20 an ounce. And, I've read some stuff where they predict that that's could go up to $100 an ounce, which would be unbelievable. And then when they start building all these batteries, there's a lot of things that a little bit of silver goes into, So silver is another good way to go. As far as the crypto, my son's into crypto, but I'm kind of staying away from that. I really don't know much about it. And, it just seems kind of, I don't know, unstable. And then with the government trying to get their paws in that crypto, that makes me even more leery of that. So anyway, that's all I got for this week, Steve. So you enjoy your weekend, buddy, and again, happy birthday to you. Take care.
All righty. Thank you so much, Steve. Appreciate you chiming in this morning. Yeah, the safe havens, right? And with that, what do we get? A quick 2-minute timeout, winding things down as we roll into a Friday. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, not a whole lot of time left here. So real quick, again, if you're going to be stopping by down in Georgia this weekend, catch the racing action. Kyle's on location there. Stop by and say, hey, yeah, they don't have the full Hot Shot Secret booth set up and whatnot, but they're there to support the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers and whatnot. Meanwhile, starting today, and boy, I kind of wonder with the forecast we're looking at here, it may not turn out to be the best weekend there for the Horsepower Showdown. there in West Salem, Ohio. That's the Horsepower Showdown Dragway 42. Josh is slated to be there with the Hot Shot Secret Vendor booth. We're talking the King of Street All Truck Challenge, the All Diesel No Prep Challenge, and the Sled Bandits Sled Pull. It's slated to run Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Well, I guess, technically, today may be the kind of the washout day based on the forecast. It sounds like Saturday, Sunday, things will definitely clear out, but you're definitely going to be breaking out the warmer clothing because it's going to be a much cooler weekend. After highs upper 70s today, we're talking, just highs low 60s, and overnight lows dropping down into the lower 40s. Won't be long. We're going to be talking about probably some frost advisories here in parts of the Ohio Valley. Looking at probably this weekend, we'll be talking maybe the first frost in some areas there in the Northeast. Meanwhile, if you're going to be out there on the road, coming along with this cool down is a lot of wind with this slow-moving cold front. Even in areas where you're not necessarily dealing with stronger storms, you're definitely going to be dealing with some stronger winds. As far as the upcoming day, heavy thunderstorms across parts of Oklahoma, Indiana, southern Illinois. Through the morning hours, later in the day Friday, gusty winds, hail, downpours, even a tornado are possible, they tell us, in cities stretching from Louisville to Cincinnati, down to Jackson, Tennessee, as these storms blow through the region. So make sure if you're going to be traveling through this region, you have the availability of, have your severe weather alerts activated on your smartphones and whatnot. All that action continues to progress off to the east, reaching our friends along the eastern seaboard, probably Saturday into Sunday. So meanwhile, along the East Coast, enjoy your final really warm day today with highs back into the, they're talking middle and upper 80s in places like Washington, D.C. and whatnot, before the cool-off rolls in with the wind and the rain. And thank you so much for all the birthday wishes. See you back here Sunday night as we wrap up the weekend, and we'll be rolling into a Monday. Hope you can join us here at the midnight hour. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I